I believe we have all the managers, and it is 7:01 p.m. President Ziegler.
Hey, I'd like to call the meeting to order. It looks like it's 7:02 now. Do we have any representatives from the CAC? Not yet.
Yes.
Well,
Yes, I am. Marilyn is here. I believe there's to be one other, Jeff Weiss, I believe.
okay.
Yes,
Good.
Mr. President Ziegler, I'm here as well. Jeff Weiss is here as well.
Thank you. Okay, the first item on the agenda is approving the agenda. And I have a couple of quick items. I believe one of the suggestions from the Board of Water and Soil review was to limit the amount of time that each manager can talk. So seems like if every manager talks for 3 minutes, that means 15 minutes on a topic. So it might make sense to do that. Another thing is administratively approving permits. So if there's permits that are, basically a slam dunk, and maybe Engineer Sobiak can tell us how we should describe those if, we'd want to see the information, but have staff administratively approve it, assuming Mr. Smith is okay with that. So this would be
Point of order.
Manager Cook.
I believe we're putting the cart before the horse here. We have a matter of of an agenda before us here. You follow the agenda. It seems to me that my recollection of the bylaws is if you want to impose a limitation, you can do that. Going and discussing permitting, I think is beyond the scope of this meeting and needs some edification and information from staff first.
Manager Cook, President Ziegler, I'm sorry, I'm having difficulties hearing you, Manager Cook. I did get what you said, but very faint.
I'll see if I can.
So I wasn't suggesting we approve or disapprove any permits or change anything on this meeting. It's just going forward, it would be one way to save time. And the last thing was every item on the agenda should have a complete description, including the goal of the item. So we know, staff knows what we're talking about and what we're trying to accomplish. Okay, with that said, one last thing. Manager Cook had asked for several things to be added to the draft agenda, and they were added. And some of them appear to be redundant with stuff that staff had already put on the agenda. So to me, it would make sense to talk about them when they're earlier in the agenda, when staff has put them in the agenda. Manager Cook?
Yes, can you hear me any better, Mr. Jeffrey?
Not really, no. I apologize, but no.
Can anybody else hear me or have difficulties? Assuming you want to hear me?
You sound your volume is really low, like you're very distant.
Right,
Yeah.
I'm having the same experience. Can't hear
Well,
well enough to get the grasp sometimes of what you're saying.
Hang on, I'll go to Zoom here.
I think there's a way to turn up your volume on the app.
That's what I'm looking for right now. The whiteboards app.
Yeah, Manager Cook, it should be under audio settings, which you can find next to the microphone. You should be able to turn up your microphone's levels.
Thank you. I'm going to look at that. Is that any better?
Yes,
Actually,
Yes,
Thank you.
I don't know why it resorts to, anyhow. So, well, first of all, as a matter of dealing with, items, on the agenda or, or not, I mean, if they're on the agenda, we can discuss them. I have no interest in dealing with them twice, on the agenda. And I've made notes to myself on that, but I didn't control the agenda and how it was set up. But I have no intention of repeating those, and I can either discuss them as my turn comes up, or if staff comes up first, then we can deal with them, at that point, if that makes sense. Then the other, excuse me, just bear with me pulling that. And so if we're on the agenda, then I have some suggested changes to the agenda.
please proceed.
So first of all, I'd like to remove items 7, H, and I, as I have just have some questions on them. I would like to add to the consent agenda item 8H. And then, see, I already took care of.
I'm sorry, my sub items are numbered, not lettered.
If
So-
Mine too.
If you go back to the link, they'll all be lettered now, but it'd be 3, 4, 5.
so when do you do that, Terry?
Oh, we had SRF fixed it today. So
Alright.
it was done earlier today. It'd be
So-
8, 9. 8, 9 would be or
Consent
excuse me, you said
agenda?
H, right, Mr. Cook, Manager Cook?
That's, yes, 8H.
Yeah, so which would be 8, 2292.
So you want that moved to an action item?
Move that to the consent item unless somebody wants to keep it at.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was back on the consent items that you wanted to move.
Yes, yes.
7, 8, and 7, 9 would be the consent items.
That would be removed, right? Remove those, but add to the consent item 8H, which you said was, I'm sorry, 8, 9 or,
8, 8.
okay. And then, I just have some items that I will cover during the manager's report. Those are the changes that I propose.
Are there any other proposed changes by any other managers? Okay, we have a motion by Manager Cook. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Yes, Manager Crafton,
Yes,
Manager Duval,
Yes,
Manager Cook,
Yes,
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is matters of public interest. Welcome to the board meeting. Anyone may address the board on any matter of interest in the watershed. Speakers will be acknowledged by the president. Please come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. Additional comments may be submitted in writing Generally, the Board of Managers will not take official action on items discussed at this time, but may refer to the staff for further report or direction that the matter may be scheduled on a future agenda. Do we have any?
Yes.
Mrs. Torkelson, please
Yes.
go ahead.
So I live in Eden Prairie, and I had a question about the Chanhassen decanting facility. I don't know what number it is anymore, but resolution 2293. I just wonder, it sounds like it's a facility to separate waste matter from waste water, and if so, what happens to each of those components? That is my question.
Mr. Sobiak, are you on? Oh, there you are.
Or I
Can you answer that question?
Yeah, President Ziegler, managers, Ms. Torkelson. So a decant facility, they're very popular in the Pacific Northwest. They're not around here so much. I believe there's one other one in the metro area that I'm aware of. And what they are is, as we put in these structural BMPs where we are collecting waste and they need to be removed via a vacuum truck, it takes out all the liquids and solids there. What happens is in that decant facility, it separates the liquids and the solids. The liquids go into the sanitary sewer system where they'll go down to Blue Lake and be treated. The solids, depending upon the material that's collected, and most often would be landfilled, or if there is some, if it ends up being benign, then they would compost it.
So the sanitary sewer collection, where did you say that is?
So the sanitary sewer would be underneath the facility, and then it would take it down to the Blue Lake treatment facility down in Shakopee by Valley Fair down there.
Okay.
So under the current system, all of the slurry is just stockpiled in a what's referred to affectionately as a boneyard. And if it's contained, great. If it's not, it just leaches off into whatever the surrounding water is, kind of defeating the purpose. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak? I guess I'm assuming you were done, Mrs. Torkelson.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, moving on then. Reading and approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion on this item?
I'll move the minutes as submitted, but I have some edits, I believe.
Second.
Okay, I think Manager DeVell seconded it.
Yep.
So we have a motion and a second. Manager Crafton, if you could continue.
All right, I'm trying to find them. There weren't that many, so I gotta. Line 214. And maybe I don't have this right. He said there may still be their years. I think it's 3 years of plant establishment. No. Thought there was one more, at least. Should have written them at the top, beginning. Yeah, that's all I could find that I had marked, so, yeah.
Do any other managers have some comments or corrections?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
so I have some changes and I also have a comment on our procedure. So, but first of all, I'll go to, I don't know why I'm missing line numbers, but I'm working off of a Word document. Under the last paragraph on item I guess it would be D on page 6. It says Mr. Steve Christopher commented he's, and it should be he is for proper grammar on that basis. Then if you go to that same page under item B, the third paragraph, again, grammar should be Mr. Welch responded, the memo does not have any, instead it doesn't. Let me go. And then if we go to the bottom of page 7, last paragraph, line 4. Never mind. That was just the spacing issue. I'm sorry. Then the second to the last line on page 7, I believe it should read, he said, right now we do not instead of don't. It's been a long time since I took English grammar, but my understanding is you don't use contractions unless it's a direct quote. Then if you go to the top of page 11, third line, it says, he said, he makes note that this is not the first time it should be he has. And then, excuse me, go to the bottom of page 13, last line, at least a footnote to state we are making payments. If you go to page 14, there'd be the third paragraph, second line, instead of the contraction doesn't, should be does not. You go to the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line, instead of the contraction, theirs should be there is. And then if you go to 15, second to the last paragraph, fourth line up from the bottom, instead of can't, should be cannot. Then again on page 15, last paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line from the bottom, should read Mr. Cook. Well, it should say, let Mr. Cook speak, comma, we will, and just ignore him. Go to the top of page 28, the fourth line. Instead of the contraction, that's be that is. Instead of the contraction, he'll should be he will. There's a second one in that same line. Contraction should be he will. Then 2 more lines down, instead of contraction, aren't should be are not. And instead of the contraction, there should be there is. And then the 2 next line down should be 103 cap D 0.315. Instead of contraction, your should be you are. We go down to the 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph. Mr. Jeffrey said it should be does not.
President Ziegler,
Manager Crafton.
can we use line numbers? Because I'm losing track of where you are.
I'm sorry, I don't have line numbers on the document I did because otherwise it was too difficult to make the comments. I want to go to the third paragraph on page 17. 3 lines from the bottom, instead of the contraction, he doesn't should be he does not. And let me see here. And on the bottom of page 19, last paragraph, second line, instead of the contraction, didn't should be did not. Then on it's item 9A, I believe it's on page 22, the 1, 2, 3, fifth paragraph says Mr. Cook commented he though, and he should be Mr. Cook commented that he thought. And then on the
third line of that paragraph, instead of the contraction didn't, should be did not. If you go to the page 23, the second paragraph, second line should be, instead of the contraction don't, should be do not. The second to last paragraph of 9 should be Manager Pedersen said next year she would instead of she. Section 10, first paragraph, third line, meeting should be even though instead of oh, or however you pronounce that. Third paragraph should be after website, comma, should be he has. Third line of that paragraph should be he has not. Top of page 24, I believe it is. Second line should be again 103 cap D.315. And then that's it for my changes, but I have the comment, and I mentioned this before. We previously agreed by consensus that the minutes would come out within 10 days, and this time they did, and that's great, and I really appreciate it. But we also agreed that everybody would get their comments and would be routing them through the administrator, so we consolidate all the changes, so we wouldn't be taking up so much time to to go through the minutes. And then I just finally note that I provided these comments to Mr. Jeffrey. So that's all I have.
Okay, just one comment I have is I agree with Manager Crafton that, we put the line numbers on there for a reason to try and make this more efficient. So let's try and use them. Okay, any other comments? And I guess the other question is, I forgot who made the motion and who seconded, but do they agree to this as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
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 Okay. Okay, any other comments?
President Ziegler,
Yes.
managers, I would like to respond to that accusation. We did move the minutes forward because these are stylistic changes, did not change the meaning or intent of the minutes. We decided to wait until the entire board could make a decision whether or not they wanted to make stylistic changes such as these.
Well,
Ziegler?
Manager Crafton?
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciated the promptness because everybody went pretty much to Maud, and so it really cut into some of the time too. So, and trying to get ready for all of that. So I appreciate the promptness and getting these out.
well, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I don't know why it makes a difference whether it's stylistic or not. If they weren't all stylistic, I'll just repeat. We had agreed as a body that everybody was going to funnel their changes to the administrator or whoever's doing the minutes. They were going to try to incorporate all the changes into a set of minutes that were going to be provided to us before the meeting so that we could all see them and we would shorten up the time for reviewing minutes. So I just want to make that clear. And I apologize for not doing line spacing, but putting it in a Word document was the better way of making changes. And may I suggest that perhaps the draft minutes be sent to us as a Word document, which will make correlation of the changes much easier, and words made to do that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the meeting minutes as revised. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
So Manager Cook, did you want to make a motion on changing the procedure at this point, or are we good with just talking to staff and letting them know?
Well, Mr. President, I think, it's something we've already, I believe, adopted, at least in the manner in which former President Ward, I think, believed we adopted changes. I won't say that I agree with that methodology, but let's say that I would suggest that you and I take this up at the upcoming governance meeting and look at whether we should be incorporating that right into the governance manual, since we have provisions in the governance manual that deal with this. That way it'll be there for everybody to know. So that's my suggestion at this point, Mr. President.
Okay, unless there's anything else on the minutes, we'll
Mr.
move on to the,
Mr.
Yes.
President, question. So if we followed that protocol with changes, that how would they show up in the draft minutes? Would they be in brackets or something? Or how do you know what changes are being proposed versus what's in the draft?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
if we use a Word document and we make the changes to the Word document, there's a methodology to combine all the changes in multiple Word documents, consolidate them into one Word document, which would show all the changes. And that is what would be distributed to us, a Word document showing all of everybody's proposed changes.
So then we could look at the document, look at the changes and say we accept the changes or not.
That's my view. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So follow-up question, Mr. President, for Administrator Terry. So how is this done now? Is this a Word document, or is it a PDF document, or how is it done now?
President Ziegler, Manager Duval, we receive it as a PDF document, and that is what is sent forward to managers.
So is that an easy change then to convert the PDF to a Word document
President Ziegler, managers.
with line numbers? With line.
I would have to defer to our recorder. I don't know if she uses an application that puts it into Word or if it puts it into Adobe right off the bat. I will work with her and see what system she uses and if that is an option.
Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
I don't know for sure, but my educated guess is that she generates a Word document, converts it to a PDF, even if it starts out as a PDF. It's a simple matter of, if you have Adobe, to convert any PDF, export it to Word. But my guess, educated guess is that the recorder actually generates a Word document. And I don't know what they do, but typically what I do is I will provide the Word document along with the PDF, just in case somebody's worried about something totally bollock stuff. But if the administrator then, or if you go back to the recorder, she can take all our changes we make to a Word document and then combine them with the master, so to speak, that she creates, and can generate then I still call a red line, showing all the changes proposed to the draft minutes that we can go through. So perhaps Mr. Jeffrey can come back to us at the next meeting, or actually at the governance committee meeting, and we can discuss this further.
President Ziegler?
Manager Duval?
So I think Word has the ability also to do the line numbers. I think that was something that's been incorporated for a long time. So it would seem like this should work.
Yes, Mr. President. I apologize when I converted it. I should have clicked on, it's an easy, you click on a button and it generates the line number. So my apologies for not having done that.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on unless there's some last comment. Okay, so did we vote on it? Yeah, we already voted on approving the minutes, right? Okay, so the next item is the committee reports. The first one is the Citizens Advisory Committee report. Mr. Weiss, are you making the report?
Hello, President Ziegler. I believe I am. Marilyn Torkelson is here as well. And I was realizing once we got on here, Marilyn and I did not coordinate exactly how we're dividing this up. So I apologize for a little bit of awkwardness here. But we'll tag team on this one way or the other. So there are several different things to update the board on this month. First of all, as you all know, everyone was at the MOD conference last week, and 3 different CSE members were able to attend. A 4th was registered, but I understand she was ill at the last minute, not able to make the trip. I found attending the conference to be really valuable, and I personally want to thank you all to making that possible for us to attend. After one of the presentations, I was speaking with a couple of the managers from 9 Mile Creek, and they saw my name tag. It said the Purgatory Watershed, and so they're asking some questions, and they were really excited about the fact that some CAC members were there, and they wanted to follow suit and bring some of their CAC members there as well. So I wanted to relay that on to you and express my appreciation to you all for making that feasible. Other things that are specific to our meeting that we held, the meeting we had in November was on November 21st, so right before Thanksgiving. So I want to commend staff Forbes for being able to get minutes out, especially with Thanksgiving in and with the meeting packet due with you all for MOD, because the draft minutes she's able to send out are hugely helpful for giving you all an update of what we worked on. As you may have seen in the minutes, we moved our December meeting to December 12th to avoid getting too close to the Christmas holidays. So that's just next week already. And there are a few other things to talk about. I think maybe first or next, let's move into the motions the CSC passed onto the board, and there's a few other things to talk about after that as well. So if you're looking at if you've seen the draft minutes, which I understand were in the board packet, there are 3 different motions that we passed onto the board. And so this was prompted a little bit by some discussion about the proposed development at the Miller Spring. That we understand that proposed development has somewhat I guess fallen apart for lack of a better word. And so we were discussing that issue, and that brought up a few different things that prompted these motions. The first motion that we passed, I'll read verbatim here from the draft minutes. It says, the CAC suggests to the Board of Manager that a study be implemented to list all ecologically viable and/or fragile areas in the watershed for protection and preservation from development for the education of the general public, including developers, homeowners, and individuals. We understand this is a renewal of a motion that was presented earlier in 2022, and understand that got lost in the shuffle, and we were just hoping to be able to rebring this to your attention, and hope that something along this line could move forward if the board so pleases. The second motion that we're bringing forward is particularly in light of the Miller Spring development. The CSC asked the Board of Managers to look at the definition of steep slopes in view of climate change and the possibility of large rain events leading to more slope instability, and how this could be addressed in district rules. I understand this kind of would be a long-term look at the rules, and a lot of effort would go into this effort for understanding steep slopes and how that might change district rules. And then lastly, the last motion that was passed, now all of a sudden hold on a second. Sorry, my screen went dead. The last motion that we passed said the CSE suggests a moratorium on developing of the the Frederick Miller Spring area, pending changes to definitions of steep slopes. And there was a lot more discussion that went behind this. And the idea behind this was that we understand that the board looked at the proposed development there in depth. There's a lot of effort was put into to understand the issues and put forward and understand it was very complicated. And basically, the idea behind this motion was that because it was so complicated, if there's a moratorium, maybe even a moratorium with a deadline on it, that provides some room to further evaluate the rules and how the rules apply to a situation like this. That way, adjustments can be made before development is brought forward again. Because if another development came forward and say that if another proposal came forward in the next couple of months, it might just be a deja vu of the previous iteration. So that was the background of these motions. Again, fully understand how much effort the board and staff put into the previous review, and understand how complicated of an issue that it was. There are a few other things to update you all on as well before I yield here.
Can I just update one thing while we're on the topic? Before we move on to others, there's a statute that allows us to act even though there's not a specifically rule being broken, and it's called the MIRROR. So the Minnesota Environmental Rights Act, it's statute 116B. And I just want to read the purpose of it. This legislature finds and declares that each person is entitled by right to the protection, preservation, and enhancement of air, water, land, and other natural resources located within the state, and that each person has the responsibility to contribute to the protection, preservation, and enhancement thereof. So the legislature further declares its policy to create and maintain within the state conditions under which human beings and nature can exist in productive harmony in order that the present and future generations may enjoy clean air and water. And it goes on, but I think this is a way until whenever we come up with a situation where we just know in our hearts and minds that this development would be bad for the environment, but we can't point to one specific regulation in the watersheds, permitting. There's no permit you can refuse. There's nothing, but that maybe this is a way with the help of, I'm not a lawyer, but I would think that this MIRA, this Minnesota Environmental Rights Act, could allow any individual or organization to act to prevent harm to the environment.
President Ziegler.
Yes, Manager Crafton.
So this was brought to my attention, and I talked to Scott briefly about that, and he said he thought we could make reference to this act. The person that I talked to used to work at PCA, and way back when they were enforcing some of this stuff. And he said we were well within our rights to be using this, regardless of what our rules said. So anyway, so I'm in total agreement with Marilyn on this. Oh, and I also just wanted to mention, as long as we were on the steep slopes thing, Lower Min Watershed District had put together a comprehensive plan, their 10-year plan. I think it was a couple of years ago, and I was reading that and commented on it because within Bloomington, our section, The Lower Min was getting a lot of pushback from the cities, Bloomington and Eden Prairie among them. And so I mean, since this has been coming up and we were really adamant about trying to protect things, and things weren't taken into account, like habitat for endangered species, like the whichever bumblebee.
Rusty
Yeah.
patch.
Yeah, rusty patch things. Anyway, so I called her. I said, so where are you on this? Because I know you were really concerned about streets, the steep slopes. And she said that her CAC is extremely interested in pursuing something on this too. So I said, well, maybe they could reach out to our CAC and we can see where we can go from there. So, and I let Liz know what I had done. And so I think the more support we could get for something from other watershed districts would be really helpful to come up with something. I mean, people are concerned about the Minnesota River and all the sediment and all the stuff. So I think we've definitely got grounds to do something here. That's it. That's my piece.
Okay, Mr. Weiss, did you had more, I think?
Yes.
A couple of short things. One of the things that we also discussed this past month was CSE members who are willing to renew their membership for another 2-year term. We had, I believe, 7 people who had expiring terms, and 6 of us had agreed to renew if that is okay with the board. And those folks are listed in the CAC minutes. Those who opted to renew include Marilyn Torkelson, myself, Andrew Aller, Jessica Willie, Jim Betcher, and Terry Jorgensen. Rodi Batiza opted to take a term off. Just needed a little bit of a break. By my count, that leaves us with 10 total on board for next year, because there's still 4 others that have terms that keep moving forward through next year. So so anyway, an update. I understand applications for the CAC are due at the end of this month. A couple other things we talked about. We are working on making some edits to our bylaws. A couple notable discussion items were we had some discussion over a couple of months about whether or not there could be 1 vote per household or 1 vote per member if there happen to be 2 members of the CAC in the same household. And ultimately, we decided to keep it as 1 vote per member, even if there are multiple members in the same household. And then we also had some additional discussions about thresholds for which we would use to make recommendations to the board of managers to remove CAC members if that seemed appropriate. And details of that are in the minutes, and we still need to work on our bylaws. Of course, you will see that all before they're finalized, but just an update of where we are in that process. Those were the final things I was going to update. Marilyn, if there are other things I'm missing, I seem to always forget something. So if I'm forgetting something, please help me out.
No, that was very thorough. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
if there's nothing more from the CAC, I have a couple of things on the CAC report, if I may.
Please proceed.
So I would like to move that we refer the 3 motions from the CAC to staff for the staff to review and bring back to us their comments on those 3 items, that we can address them at a later meeting, not too much later.
Okay, I have a motion from Manager Cook. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
A second from Manager Crafton. Do we have any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Yes, Mr. President, if I could just insert a brief comment here. I just want the impression left that we weren't familiar with the Minnesota Environmental Rights Act. And in fact, that was carefully considered throughout the entire process of reviewing that project, and it is also the basis of the claim that the opponents to the project tried to use in going to court to challenge the project. So I appreciate the ongoing application of those considerations, certainly. Thank you. Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Is he
You're
muted?
muted.
Mr. President, I had a question before we started the vote here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear it. with
Well, I
the-
was on mute, sorry. Are these the three motions that are on the draft minutes? Is that what we're talking about here? The three, the CAC motions for the Board of Managers? Is that what we're voting on here?
Yes, I believe that Manager Cook had said that staff could look at them and come back with a recommendation or at least an explanation of what we could do.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
in much the same way that Mr. Smith wanted to clarify laws, et cetera, taken into account. I don't know if the CAC, I'm sure most of them remember the issue that I presented with the fact that we had the professor from the university who had issues with the slope, issues that I brought up and actually had meetings with people from BAR regarding that. And, my view was we didn't have the information and we didn't have an opportunity for them to take that into account. But nevertheless, the majority of the board approved that going forward with a permit to build. So I just wanted to make sure the record was clear, at least from my perspective.
Any other comments before we move on? Okay, we need to confirm the board representative for the December 12th CAC meeting. Do we have anyone already, Mr. Jeffrey?
No, we do not.
Do we have any volunteers?
I will.
There we go.
Thank you, Manager Duval. Okay, the next item is to accept the personnel committee reports and minutes. It says no meeting held.
Right.
So so the next item is governance committee report and minutes, and no meeting was held, so. Okay, the next item is the consent agenda. Oops. Sorry. The consent agenda, my notes show it includes item 1, resolution 22086, item 2, November staff report, item 3, November engineers report, item 4, construction inspection memo, item 5, approved permit 2021-088 Pioneer Trail reconstruction. Item 6, permit 2022-065 Round Lake Park Building Improvement Project. And item 7, permit 2022-069 921 Carver Beach Road project. Does that match your notes, Mr. Jeffrey?
That is correct, President Ziegler.
Do we have a
Excuse me,
vote?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
on approving the agenda, I stated that we would be
Oh,
item.
you're correct. You're correct. I'm sorry. I forgot. The last item would have been resolution 22-092, authorizing administrator to execute task order 40 for Bar Engineering to conduct the Bluff Creek Galvin Boulevard culvert replacement analysis. So that's also on the consent agenda.
Thank you, yes.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook,
I move that we accept the items on the consent agenda, we accept the staff reports, and we adopt the proposed resolutions that are contained in the board packet pertaining to the tree permits and the task order number 40.
I'll second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion?
Mr. President,
Manager Duval?
so I think Manager Koch, did you move that last one also? I didn't hear that one was moved up to the consent agenda, the resolution 22093.
Yes, I did. I just referred to it as task order 40, but I could amend it to refer to resolution 22-092.
Okay, 092, not 093.
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
092 is authorizing the administrator to execute task order 40, if I have my numbers correct.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So Manager Cook, the very last item there on the action items, didn't you talk about moving that one up as well? It's resolution 22093. So 22092 and 22093.
Let's see. No,
Just
I did not intend to,
Yeah.
for a couple of reasons.
President Ziegler?
Yes,
Managers, yeah, my notes only show moving the one task order 40 that's bound by resolution 2292.
okay. Now we're clear on that. Any other questions before we vote? Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
that leaves us with two items that were moved from the consent agenda to action items. The first one is to approve permit 2022-070. I'm not sure I can pronounce that, but anyway. Shutroff edition. Manager Cook, you had this moved. Do you have a comment, questions?
Yes, Mr. President, if I can proceed.
Yes.
My only question was I wanted to clarify, is this just approving a permit to divide this lot and not to authorize any particular building on that lot?
President Ziegler,
Yes.
Manager Cook, that is the intent. The city of Chanhassen is requiring the developer to show proof of concept that there is adequate space for stormwater management. However, I would say the approval of the permit would allow them to build a structure that aligns with these percent imperviousness on the site. I do not know if the developer intends to move forward in an expeditious manner or delay it.
Mr. President?
Manager Cook?
Well, I have concerns about approving a permit that might in any way imply that we're giving a permit to build any particular structure without knowing, okay, what rules are covered, what, do they cover it, don't they cover it? And I guess I would recommend that the proposed resolutions or the recommendations be amended to clarify that this is for the purposes of dividing those two lots, because I do not see how we can approve something that we don't even know is going to go in there. You know what I mean? All the way from impervious area, the roof, to where's the water going to run. And I apologize, I'm not good at reading diagrams.
President Ziegler,
Yes.
Manager Cook. Yeah, I mean, those are legitimate concerns. Where we run into is if we don't do a permit like this, then they subdivide and they don't have to get any permit from us when there's nothing on it. So within the stipulations on pages 8 and 9, that's where they must provide as-built drawing and other additional closeout materials that show that they have constructed something that is consistent with what is being approved in this plan. So while we don't know the exact features being constructed, they must demonstrate that they are meeting the standards that are within our rule through their as-built permit and any surveying that they give us.
President Ziegler? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Magic Craft.
Yeah, my understanding was that in the conclusion of those comments by our staff, our engineer and consultant, whatever, is if they don't meet those, then they're gonna have to come back for another amended permit.
Ziegler managers, that is correct. They would have to do a permit modification. And if there is a substantial deviance from it, they would have to come back and reapply.
Mr. President.
Manager Cook.
Well, my concern is, without any type of drawings or knowing where it's going to go, et cetera, dealing with something after the fact, after being built, is little comfort. And it would seem to me that we should have some requirement that we get some preliminary drawing and plat map for review before they proceed with construction, and that we make sure that it complies with our rules. And that's what I would like to see as a requirement. We grant the permit with one of the conditions to the permit is that prior to construction, et cetera, that we receive a proposed plat map and drawing, which I know they do on every lot, and that they submit it to us for our review for consistency with our rules.
President
Mr.
Ziegler?
Sobiak, do you have comments on that?
I do. I'm a little confused because they did provide us grading and drainage plans that shows the footprint of the house, the location of the driveway, a proposed retaining wall, a site grading, as well as the location of the proposed stormwater BMP.
Well, Mr. President, why don't we have, well, it doesn't show it on the first drawing, and I guess that's what I was looking at. So which one applies? So I'm confused.
It
Okay.
shows it on sheet C 501. The northernmost lot says proposed building pad. And maybe I misread this then. So what you're saying is they're going to, the C101 is existing and they're going to demolish everything and build to meet C501. Is that right? I may have just misread this. On sheet C101.
Yep.
Is that the right one? That's existing conditions. They are removing the existing imperviousness to the north of the existing house. The existing house and driveway to that structure will remain. And then on C501 is where you can see the existing house remains there. The driveway remains on the southern lot. And then they show the lot lines with the proposed house pad for the northern house.
And excuse me if I just can, what you're showing me though is that's the existing, which is the house I would say is on the bottom part, the existing. And on the next sheet, Mr. Jeffrey, then the proposed house then is the one on the top of the
Correct.
sheet. Okay, I misread the diagrams though. In that event, then I would, unless somebody else has other comments, I would move that we adopt the proposed resolution set forth in the staff packet pertaining to permit number 2022-070.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Yes, Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
So the next item is to adopt resolution 22-087, authorizing payment on pay app number 9 for Lower Riley Creek Restoration Project. Again, I think this was Manager Cook asked to have this one moved. Do you have any, or what's your questions and comments?
I just had a question. So was this project then is the, it didn't have a number on it, so maybe I confused. Was this approved back in 2021 then?
This project was approved for construction in 2019, if I remember right.
Yeah.
And if I could just may follow up, Mr. President.
Yes, please.
So then this is prior to the time I'm looking at page 1 of 3 in the notes, 5% retainage until completed to date equals 50%, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so what we didn't do that in 2022. So that was my question. I just wanted to make sure. Correct. And then I just have a comment. Would it be possible to throw the either our project number or something on the pay applications? Do we have such a thing?
President Ziegler, Manager Cook. So one of the things that we're going to do is, and this will be happening in very short order, is to develop nomenclature that is coincidental with what Bar Engineering uses, so that there won't be this, we call it Lower Riley, which really is kind of meaningless because there's a lot of Lower Riley. So yes, is the short answer to your question. That is what we will be doing coming forward.
Okay. Well, nothing else then. See, I believe we have a resolution, correct, on this? And if so, I would move adoption of the resolution.
2287.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion by Manager Cook and a second by Manager Crafton. Any further discussion? Hearing none, can we have a roll call vote, Mr. Smith?
Yes, Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, that moves us down to the October Treasurers Report, to accept the October Treasurers Report.
I'll move the treasurer's report for acceptance of the November one. or excuse me, this is October, sorry.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
This is going to also involve the questions having to do with the levy, et cetera. But the general question is, have staff, treasurer, the accounting and finance committee taking into account the likely numbers we're going to be at, especially the overages and the various line items, taking that into account in determining the budget and the reserves?
President Ziegler, managers, what I have before you is the budget that's proposed, budget levy for 2023. We did a straight line projection on the items based on what's there. However, on some of the items, for instance, audit, we knew that we did not have any further expenses. So we have updated the year-end projected budget or the year-end projected balance, and then use that to carry forward and set our levy to meet the proposed 2023 budget. So yes, they have been accounted for.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
if I may continue.
Go ahead.
So I have a question on the balance sheet. So are we still carrying those large deposits at Old National?
President Ziegler?
Yes.
Manager Cook, yes, we are. I would like to get the audit and finance committee together. I worked with Manager Kraft and the treasurer, and we met with Corey Boyer from 4M Fund. We have adequate funds through the levies being proposed in 2023 and our forecast of worst case scenario month expenditures, as well as when we expect to start seeing pay applications for new projects, which will not be until winter of 23 or early 24. And we would like to take that entire Old National balance and use that for 9-month and 1 year investment options for the district to earn better returns on that funding. So that's my long way of saying, yes, we have it. And Manager Crafton and I will shortly be transferring it out of there and into our US bank account for use as investment income.
Well, thank you. I just, it seems like it's taking us a long time to move things over. I know you have to leave enough money to pay expenses you wrote on that, but I'm just surprised it's taking that long. So I have some follow-up questions. The amount due from other governments. Can someone explain to me what and from whom?
President Ziegler, managers. So funds due from other governments are almost always city investments in projects. So City of Eden Prairie for Lower Riley, for instance, was an example. But those would be from other city governments.
I assume you have some detailed ledger, and if so, can you provide that, please?
Yes.
Thank you. And then a couple of follow-up questions. And I realize that I believe accounting-wise, we keep the monthly one somewhat, I guess it's abbreviated, so to speak, in the sense that we do not, I guess, include long-term liabilities. But I want to make sure that the long-term liability and the amount due on the Duck Lake Bridge gets reflected, at least in the annual financial statement. That's a significant amount of money, notwithstanding what our auditors previously said. I do not believe that that was an appropriate accounting. So I'd like that brought to their attention and addressed specifically. So on that, then on page 6 of 6, if our cutoff is October 31, 2022, I was wondering why we had November items showing up on the visa activity.
President Ziegler, managers. That's because these were the items that we were trying to address with the ACH transfer that we were having issues with up there. So it didn't separate those out. So we paid that through ACH funds in November. That's why they're reflected there.
Manager Ziegler.
Manager Crafton?
Yeah, I mean, so Hennepin County in particular, I can't remember what Carver did, but some of this is just getting the bank to follow. We send them where we want the money to go, and then they're just relying on what they've done before and not necessarily getting it into the right account. So Terry's been working with them too, so to try and get that corrected.
Well, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
it just strikes me odd as having a November date on an October report. Either the date reflects something else other than the date of purchase. I believe our accounting is we accrue expenses, but on receipts, we only treat them once we receive them. So I still think it's odd, and I think that should be looked into so that we have appropriate accrual accounting on these items. But I'll say the rest of my comments until when we talk about the budget. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have I think we have a motion and a second on the treasurer's report already, is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Any further discussion on the treasurer's report? Can we have a roll call vote, Mr. Smith?
Yes. Manager Crafton,
Yes,
Manager Duval,
Manager Duval, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Manager Cook,
Can I just clarify, this is on adopting receipt of the report?
yeah, it's accepting.
Accept the treasurer's report, yes.
Okay, I'll vote yes then.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
So the next item on the agenda is to accept comments from public on the 2023 budget and levy. Do we have any comments from the public on the 2023 budget and levy for the watershed district?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
if not the public, then I do. I have some comments.
Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'd express my concern about, I know what you're going to do about reconciling where we spent money and where we didn't spend money and how much we have left over at the end of the year. I'll be interested to see what you do there, but I'm looking at 2023 levy and budget August 1, 2022, this portrait. So I'm wondering why on line 418 we have anything other than 0 under column proposed 2023 budget. Wouldn't we have adjusted some line items and maybe in particularly the reserve so that we would have neither an excess nor an under of expenditures?
President Ziegler, Manager Cook, yes, that's correct. That 11,509 will go into the reserve budget.
Well, I recommend that be adjusted and basically adjusted and reformatted. And then I had some follow-up questions. Go to line 64 in the column partners and other. It says partners and other sources, you have $114,000, which is the same number on line 5 under partners and other resources. So one's revenues, one's expenses, and I guess I don't quite understand the entries there.
President Ziegler, Manager Cook, my line 64 is permit review and oh, you're looking at line 64 as terms of, all right, hold on, I gotta expand everything. Again, mine don't align with what you're saying for line numbers. Let me share this screen.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's go up to the top first. You were talking 114,000.
Yes, that's under permit and partners and other sources. Which I understand, but where would the inspections, excuse me, the expenses for permit review and inspections, why would those expenditures be under partners and other sources? I guess I'm just not following the.
So the other sources in this case would be revenue from applicants.
No, I totally understand. That's where the permits are going to come from, but I guess to have an expense, I don't know that that's typically how I guess how we've done that. I mean, when it's an expense, it's an expense. So I guess I would say we should relook at that. Well, same thing with data collection monitoring.
President Ziegler?
Hello.
Manager Crafton?
Well, those are two different things. So revenue that comes in has to be stated as revenue, and then the expenses are in the expenditure part. I'm confused by what you're saying.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Jeffrey. I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, President Ziegler, Manager Cook. Remember last year we just didn't even carry this revenue down to this line item. So this year we brought that line item down, the revenue down, so that we could see what we're carrying forward into the next year.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't get it. I don't think that's correct. So I asked for you guys to relook at that. I think the number 231, if that's how much you're budgeting to spend for permits, I totally understand that. And if you think we're only going to get $114,000 in total revenues, that's fine. I guess I just don't understand $114,000 under partners and other resources. It doesn't make any sense to me. But to move on, I have some kind of the same comment on data collection and monitoring. Why do we have, where are we getting, or what expenses do we have with partners and other sources? My point is, aren't all our expenditures toward either partners, other sources, or, constituents or staff or other expenses? I don't understand having anything in the partners and other sources under expenditures. And so, I mean, we don't have to discuss this offline, but if you could look at it and get back to me, we don't, beat it to death tonight.
Yeah, I could hide the column. I mean, it's used to balance the line.
Well, let me look at it a little bit further, because with mod and et cetera, having lost 3 days, I really didn't have more time maybe to look at it, but I still have issues, and I'll follow up with you on that. We go down to 298, St. Hubert's. Now that one I understand because they're paying us money, right?
That is correct.
Where we could put it in there as an offset, or we could put it up into some other revenue line item, like partner funds. But that's the 15,000 they've agreed to pay us, what, for 3 years or something like that?
Yeah, they have agreed to pay it. They'll pay it at final walkthrough in the spring. So we will have
Yeah,
that.
look, I'm just, like that one, I can understand why we might put a, revenue number, in there, because they said they're going to pay us this number as kind of an offset. But what I don't see the same rationale for line 109 and line 64. But if you would be so kind to look at it and get back to me, and we don't have to belabor the point. And then also, as we already talked about, to make an adjustment to line 418 as appropriate, which I think would just be reducing line 416.
Yeah.
I was a little confused about it, but that's all I have as far as that budget.
Okay, we didn't have this, we're still on the comments from the public. So,
I thought we hoped to accept it.
well, I believe we need to
that's-
accept
okay.
the 2023 budget, isn't that correct?
No,
Okay.
Mr. President, you need take no action if you're making no changes to the budget levy you adopted in September.
Okay. So we don't have any motions to take actions, so we're going to move on.
Very
Well,
good.
excuse me, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
So I have a question I don't recall. Maybe Mr. Jeffrey remembers or Mr. Smith remembers. Did we approve sending? Well, first of all, attached were proposed levy certifications. And I believe there was an email we got that from Hennepin County saying final levy, or you received it, something like a final levy certification. Am I correct, Mr. Jeffrey?
President Ziegler, Manager Cook, that's correct. So we received the final payment from Hennepin County last week. We will need to just confirm with Hennepin County and Carver County that those levy and budget certifications are going to be what carries forward.
Well, would it be appropriate for us to adopt a resolution just authorizing the administrator to sign and provide whatever levy certifications may be necessary?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I think it's good to review this because I think just about every watershed district ends up with this question this time of year. So the Watershed Act requires that the board adopt a budget and certify its tax levies on or before September 15th of every year. And you've done that. The Truth in Taxation Law provides that all local units of government need to provide the public an opportunity to review tax levies and comment on them. And so this is the informational opportunity on your agenda that's being provided. If you receive public input or wanted for any reason to reconsider the budget and levy, you could lower the budget and lower the levy, but not increase it. And you would submit new resolutions to the Hennepin and Carver counties. But otherwise, they have everything in place that they need to proceed. I think what Mr. Jeffrey is referring to is just simply a communication of reassurance. Yes, what we sent you in September is the board's approved budget and levy, but legally there's no further action need to be taken, and there really should be no question about it unless you want to decrease it. Does that all make sense?
Yes.
Well, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I mean, I understand the process, but if somebody's sending us a request for confirmation or et cetera, why don't we authorize Mr. Jeffrey to, as I said in my motion, execute whatever documents are necessary in order to confirm the levy that we provided? Otherwise, why are they asking?
Mr. President. I would
Mr.
defer to
Smith?
Terry, but I don't think the counties are asking for any more documents, but maybe
Okay.
Mr. Jeffries received something.
If Mr. President, I'm sorry. If they
Manager
haven't
Cook?
anything, then there is nothing more. Maybe I misunderstood Mr. Jeffries. So if that's the case, then I would withdraw my motion.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is adopt resolution 22-088, approving paying of the bills.
I'd like to move that we pay the bills.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
can I just offer a friendly amendment that we adopt resolution 22-088 that I believe is already in the packet.
I'm fine
Yes.
with that.
Yes,
So it's accepted as a friendly amendment.
correct.
Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Yes. Manager Crafton,
Yes,
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is resolution or adopt resolution 22-089 to delegate the WCA decision-making authority to staff and designating the Board of Managers as the appeals board.
President Ziegler,
Yes, Manager Kraft.
I'd like to move that we adopt resolution 22-089, delegating the WACA decision-making authority to staff and designating the Board of Managers as the appeals board.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
President Ziegler.
Manager Duval.
So can somebody just explain simply the rationale? It looked like it was referencing earlier documents that allows for this sort of thing. And if so, why haven't we done this before? And what is this actually doing?
President Ziegler,
Yes.
Manager Duval, good question. So yeah, I apologize for that. Let's give you a little background. So the Minnesota Wetland Conservation Act designates or you accept LGU authority, or local government unit authority to administer the Wetland Conservation Act on behalf of Bowser. The city of Deep Haven and the city of Shorewood in 2020 passed a resolution, as did the city of Chanhassen and as did Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, so that Riley Purgatory Bluff Creek Watershed District became the authority for WACA administration within all of the city of Deep Haven and all of the city of Shorewood, even that portion of those two communities which are not within Riley Purgatory but are within Minnehaha Creek. That's why Minnehaha Creek had to enter in as a party to that resolution. As part of that assuming of WACA authority or Wetland Conservation Act authority, you are supposed to designate how that will be applied or who will be responsible for that. And that was not done at that time. And frankly, we had had so few WACA applications that I just think it never rose to anybody's attention until the PRAP went through, which we just finished. And that's when they brought it to their attention. So what this does is it allows staff to make decisions on wetland boundary determinations and types. And by staff, we have two certified wetland professionals on staff, myself and staff Dick Hausen. And WACA has a very specific process to do these things. We must convene what's called a technical evaluation panel, which includes members of the SWCD, and members of the Board of Water and Soil Resources, and in some instances, members of the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So this would allow staff, with the assistance of the technical evaluation panel, to make decisions on wetland boundaries and wetland types, on replacement plans, because the way WACA works, you're not actually approving an impact, you're approving a replacement plan for an impact. It allows us to make a decision on sequencing arguments, and sequencing is that portion of the Wetland Conservation Act that says, have you looked to, 1, eliminate or avoid all impacts, 2, minimize them to the greatest extent practicable, and then 3, have mitigated for that appropriately. The things that will not fall to the staff are wetland banking decisions. So if somebody wants to create a wetland bank within our watershed district, or we want to create a wetland bank within our watershed district, that will go to the board for your review and approval, as well as any appeals of our decision. That's where it really makes that sense from an efficiency standpoint to have the staff delegated as that authority, so that there is an appeals mechanism in place, being the Board of Managers to go through this. There would be, since any wetland impact also would trigger other rules of ours, whether they be the wetland buffer rule, floodplain fill rule, or drainage. They will always be coming to the board anyway as part of that overall permit process. So this just gives WACA what they're asking for in terms of delegating authority to myself. And then I will work with staff Dickhausen to do this.
And this has been in the works for a couple of years?
We have, President Ziegler, Manager Develop, we have been the WACA LGU for Deep Haven and Shorewood since summer of 2020. But we have already been doing this. This is just documenting the procedure we have already been going through.
Okay, one more question. So does Bar Engineering get involved with any of this?
President Ziegler, Manager Develop, if there are other expertise that we need, we do rely on people at Bar. They will also review oftentimes the Minnesota routine assessment methodologies that are provided. Karen, why am I blanking on Karen's last name? What?
Wold.
Thank you, Karen Wold, who has a career that mirrors mine. She's been around as long as I have. I do defer to her or pick her brain whenever something's a little out of my bailiwick. So yes.
So one final question then. So this will come up then in your manager's report, activities that you're taking in this area?
President Ziegler, Manager Develop, yes, it already is. If there is a section in the staff report that's called Wetland Conservation Act, and not only do we talk about decisions we make, but in there we'll talk about. So we are a TEP member for the city of Chanhassen, the city of Eden Prairie, the city of Minnetonka, and Chaska. So we will sit in on their TEPs and offer technical advice to those. So that's also included in that staff report under the Wetland Conservation Act.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
President Ziegler?
Manager Crafton?
Yeah, so the PRAP, that checklist that we've got, that's only been added into that checklist by Bowser in the last year or so.
Right.
Or maybe 2020, I can't remember, but I think so. It's the last 2 PRAPs that they've done. So it's new on Bowser's plate. They've taken over the wetland certification and stuff from the U. So they're fleshing out more of some of the procedures and what else. So that's why we're hearing about it.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I have a couple comments. One, I know that Mr. Jeffrey, I believe, has the requisite training to perform the duties here under WACA. But when the language says to the administrator without any caveats, et cetera. And I don't know that we would want to delegate the authority to an administrator that doesn't have that training. So that's one question that comes to my mind. Second question, thought process is, I'm wondering if this would be better to have at least as far as the procedures, to actually have a procedures and rules guidebook, and that we just adopt those procedures as opposed to laying them all out in a resolution. My concern about resolutions is that they can be lost, or if not lost, for example, the resolutions listed at the bottom, one, have no idea, one, that they existed, two, they're not in the governance manual or any kind of manual having to deal with whether it be WACA or any other item. So I think from a governance point of view, we have to make sure that these resolutions get into the right place or maintained in a proper place in the governance manual, and or the resolution be restructured so that the policies, procedures, particularly those for appeal, are set forth in some type of a manual or the document.
President Ziegler?
Manager Crafton?
I would disagree with taking that approach. I think Terry comes with extreme knowledge about wetlands. He's been doing this for a long time. He's very knowledgeable. And we've added Zach Dickhausen to also, he's been taking training, he's been certified. For me, this is a trust issue. We can delegate to them and depend on them to take care of this because they are extremely knowledgeable. So I don't need, if you want to make a reference in the governance manual, but I think this is important, and this is trusting their expertise. We've got good comments about how our staff are some of the best in the state. So I trust to that comment and their knowledge.
Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
I hate to do this, but I'm compelled to say something. Perhaps Manager Crafton isn't listening. Maybe this is a case of let him talk and we'll ignore him. I didn't say that Mr. Jeffrey wasn't competent. I just said that the policy we have, it refers to administrator without any reference to their qualifications. And I asked the question, what did we do? Should we have some caveat in there that if they don't have certain qualifications, this delegation does not apply? I don't want to be in the position of having to remember that, oh, wait a minute, we got to go in and now remove that authority. So yeah, I think you're conflating two different statements that I made, and I would appreciate if you would not do that.
Manager Crafton, any further comments?
That's just my perspective. So we can definitely disagree. So respectfully.
Okay, any more discussion? We've got a motion and a second on the resolution 22089.
Oh, yes, Mr. President, I forgot one thing.
Manager Cook?
So a question, maybe Mr. Smith could answer this, but I'm going to take it that the resolutions adopted by these other agencies that we're delegating weren't very specific, if at all. And so my question is, it was my understanding that both parties had to agree to resolutions doing the delegating. And so my question is whether or not this has to or should, even if it doesn't have to, go back to the original delegating LGU and ask them to agree to that further delegation. Since obviously this is different than what they originally agreed to.
Mr. Smith, do you want to do it or do you want me to take it?
Well, Mr. President, I guess what I would say is I know in the case of Minnehaha Creek, there's a cooperative agreement or a joint powers agreement that agrees on the details of sharing this authority or having Riley assume that authority. I think in the case of the other municipalities, there would be a document on record indicating that they don't want to be the LGU. Mr. Jeffrey can speak to the details of that document.
President Ziegler, managers, yes, the resolution entered into with Deep Haven and Shorewood was simply to waive WACA authority to the Riley Purgatory Bluff Creek Watershed District, and was silent on anything else, with the understanding that the Wetland Conservation Act has a number of requirements already of who could or could not administer the Wetland Conservation Act.
Well, excuse me, Mr. President.
Manager Cook.
Well, I don't have the statute in front of me. As I read it, it refers to delegation, not waiving, which are two different things. And having delegated, I'm not sure, they couldn't take it back if they had the requirements. So I'm not sure that answers the question. And wouldn't it be appropriate at least to ask them to pass a resolution agreeing to our process and procedure?
President Ziegler, managers, we are the WACA authority at Deep Haven and Shorewood. The state is the one that could rescind it from us.
Mr. President,
Mr. Smith.
I appreciate the spirit of what Manager Cook is suggesting. I think there are two things that would be appropriate if the board adopts this resolution. One is, I think it would be good to have the board direct that this resolution be filed in the governance manual, so that it's another place just where it will be visible about the authority that's being exercised here. And secondly, I think sending the adopted and executed resolution to these other parties would be good communication, just so they see that we've gone further and taken this step of the delegation. I view it more as a courtesy, but I think it'd be appropriate communication to address the concern, just to make sure everyone's on the same wavelength and sees this detail.
So, Mr. President.
Manager Cook.
So I would move to amend the resolutions to provide that a copy of this resolution as adopted be included in the governance manual, and that the adoption of these resolutions with the additions that I mentioned be forwarded to the LGUs that delegated their WACA authority to the district.
President Ziegler,
Manager Crafton.
I would consider that a friendly amendment.
I would also agree.
Thank you. So we have the motion and the second, and both accepted as a friendly amendment. Any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, Mr. Smith?
Yes, Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is to adopt resolution 22-090, adopting the updated salary schedule. Do we have any motions or?
I would like to move that we adopt resolution 22090, which is updating our salary schedule for the 2022-23 year.
President Ziegler,
Yes.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on this item?
Yes, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
Um, well, I guess I'm confused and a little bit by the inclusion in the resolution of discussions about cost of living increases for a period of time of 2019 to 2021. There's no context for that, as I can see. Secondly, I saw no I don't recall any recommendation by the Personnel Committee for a revised schedule. So I'm short of information that is arguably reflected or said to be existing that's reflected in the whereas clauses. And so that's my first couple of comments. I think changing these schedules deserves a little bit more discussion and fleshing out before the board. Again, without any information, I don't have any way to say yay or nay or it makes sense. But before going into this, I'd like to know, where do our people, our staff fall on this scale? Where will they fall into the scale? And how does their compensation then going to arguably differ in 2023 from 2022? I'm interested in making sure that they're adequately compensated, and based on the information I've been given, I can't say that a 5% increase on the scale is adequate. I don't know where other people lie on the scale, and what kind of actual increases everybody's going to see. So I'd like to have this brought back with some more information.
Terry, would you like to address that, please?
Yeah, President Ziegler, Manager Cook. So we'll start with the cost of living increase. That was a reflection of the fact that the board chose to freeze our salaries based on unknown economic conditions. Simple fact is our salaries have not increased while cost of living has increased. That's the motivation for shifting lanes or shifting it up 5%. Regarding what this would mean for compensation for the individual employees, we are the office administrator becomes an office manager, which also comes with it a grade change, as well as it does for the natural resources technician and for the communication manager. So they would jump up into lanes 6 and 7 or grades 6 and 7 on the scale, and then have the 5% raise accordingly. The budget has enough to do all of that, and then leaves enough set aside for discretionary raises of 3 to 5% throughout the 2023 year. As far as recommendation from the Personnel Committee, they did not adopt a resolution per se, but it was the recommendation that came out of the meeting.
Well, Mr. President, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Mr. Jeffrey. You finished?
No, yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Manager Cook.
Well, I think I hate to just reiterate it. I mean, I have no idea, where we're going from one level to another. I am generally opposed to jumping people from one level to another without understanding the reason. And I do not believe in making, and I'm not saying this is happening, I don't believe in making level adjustments to get people a certain percentage increase in their salary, because I think that sets a bad precedent. If people are entitled to, I don't care whether it's 5%, 10%, 15%, because of cost of living, I think that should be, that should be built in. And I know everybody's very sensitive about their pay and payroll, but it's my understanding, and Mr. Smith can correct me, your pay is not a confidential matter for government employees. And I've had this discussion before. I said, I don't need I don't even care what their names are. What I really want to know is what kind of positions are we having? What do they have now? What are their benefits are? What are we proposing to give them the next year? Because I'm interested in making sure they have a fair overall package. And without having more detail, I'm not sure 5% is fair. Now, the other side of that is, I don't know what's going to happen to cost of living. I mean, cost of living can come down. And so I don't know if that was part of the debate, but I know it was more than 5%, over the past 12 months. So, I'd like some discussion about that, because our people are very important. And I want to make sure that they're treated fairly, but we're not doing it in an artificial way. And I believe artificial means if you put somebody in a higher level just to make sure they get enough money. That, to me, that's not a reason to do it. So I said enough.
Yep, President Ziegler, managers, I can actually address that. So over the last 2 months, you had 2 new positions, job descriptions put in front of you. Those were the motivations behind the grade changes. In both cases, they're taking on additional responsibility, including the management of other staff, supervision of other staff, and budget implications. So while I understand what you're saying, that we don't want to just arbitrarily shuffle people around to do backward math, there was logic going into it based upon their new job descriptions and the new duties that they would be taking on. The personnel committee did feel that the compensation was fair and was consistent with the new roles and responsibilities that these people have, as do I, working with them day to day and seeing the quality and level of work that they produce.
Well, Mr. President, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Manager Pedersen.
Thank you. So maybe it would be helpful if we talked a little bit about what went into the resolution that we've brought to you today. First, in compensation structure and in analysis, the first thing that you do is you really set up a pay scale that has grade levels in it with a minimum, a midpoint, and a maximum. And you aren't looking at individual performance or individual people when you're setting up a pay structure like this. So our pay structure was actually set up by Claire many years ago with help from an HR and a compensation analyst. And that was before even my time on the board. After I came on the board, I spent some time with Claire talking to her about how the structure was set up and what our goals were in having a compensation structure like this. At the time, we had Sarah Noah from Noah and Associates do an analysis of how our pay structure was set up, as well as a look at individual people within that pay structure. That was provided to you in your board packet. That was the very first thing that was in there, and it was from 2018 and 2019. There was a pay increase to the structure itself without even looking at people in 2020. And that pay structure increase was based on information that we got from Sarah Noah and also from a few other surveys that we received from other watershed districts. We're very lucky that when you participate in a survey, they normally provide you with the results of the survey. So at the time that we put everything on hold because of the pandemic, we've not really had any change to the salary structure, to the compensation structure at all. So before you even look at where people are within the structure, you have to look to see whether or not your pay structure is comparable or works in competition with other watershed districts or LGUs or nonprofits, which is what the watershed district is. So the purpose of this resolution is to really make adjustments to the compensation structure without really looking at every individual that we have. That's the first thing that we did. So when we came up with the 5% increase, we based it on 3 large salary surveys that had people inside the Twin Cities, all of the metro watershed districts, and a few of those outside of the metro area. So we were actually basing it on data, not on just however we felt like we wanted to do it and whether or not we felt like a particular person needed to be in something. So first of all, that's what we did first. After we did that, and that's what you've got right in front of you right now is that increase. We went back and looked at the surveys that we've just recently received to see how they're adjusting things for next year. And that's why we came up with, hey, most all of these watershed districts in the metro area are increasing anywhere between 3 and 7%, because many of them were on hold last year or the year before, similar to what we did. So I looked at every grade level. I looked at the grade levels that were in all of the surveys, and the adjustment that we've made puts us right pretty much in the smack middle of all of the other surveys that we received. We provided you with the very old survey, and plus the larger survey was also included in the board packet. So we're really looking right now today at what we should do with our compensation structure. The adjustments to make for individual people, we looked at after we looked at this compensation structure. We've had some people who have taken on more responsibility, and we didn't just randomly say we think they should be in this grade level. We actually looked at the data from the salary surveys, and we compared the responsibilities that our employees had to like jobs in the salary surveys. So I actually looked at the responsibilities for those other watershed districts and compared them to ours. And that's how we decided, geez, they really need to be in this sort of a lane right here. So that's why there's been lane changes. It's not really based on me randomly picking something. It's based on the data from 3 really lovely surveys that we've gotten over the last couple of years. So that's how we've come up with what we have today. That's why we're asking you for a 5% increase right away just to the structure, because we haven't done anything to it in 2 years. We're behind. Do we want to retain our people? Do we want to stay competitive? That's why I'm bringing this to you. That's why the personnel committee is bringing it to you as well as the administrator. Now, individual people within that structure, putting them in a different grade level, I think those are really not random decisions, but again, based on fact. What we end up paying those people for pay increases for next year has got to be based on their performance. And that's something that the district administrator's job includes. We have to be able to give some basis of a percent or something like that, that he can actually look at their performance, look at where they are within their grade level, and figure out what kind of an increase he should be giving them. And in fact, we have people lined up for different months for next year. It's not like everybody gets an increase in the month of January of next year. He's proposed on this resolution that he has a, 3 to 5% increase, Terry, a 3 to 5% increase for their actual performance. So we're looking at a 5% increase on the salary structure, which everybody would get. And then on top of that, it would be between 3 and 5% based on their performance. So that's why I'm bringing this resolution to you today for your approval.
Well, Mr.
Okay.
President,
Can we make it quick?
well, make it as quick as, the matter justifies, let's put it that way. So thank you very much for your commentary on that basis. Manager Pedersen, well, first of all, I still don't have the information. I don't know. I looked at, you know, what was listed as the board package off of the thing. I didn't see all this other information that you have. So, and with all due respect, you're but one person and other people have other opinions as to compensation. My biggest concern is that people are compensated enough. Not necessarily that they're too much, but I also believe you have to have a system. So I've said that. I don't believe I've been provided enough information with which to, you know, make an adequate decision. And just so you know, in case you're asking, you know, I did this for over 26 years, my firm. And the other thing is that one has to not just check within the bubble, you have to check outside the bubble, which is with the, you know, private industry as well. So those are the ends of my comments.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
You're on mute, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, you're on mute.
I apologize. Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
No.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay, moving on. The next item is adopt resolution 22-091, adopting the 2023 meeting calendar.
President Ziegler, managers, you should have all received an updated calendar during the break. There are a couple of things I want to draw your attention to before you move forward on this resolution that I think the board needs to consider. The first one is President Ziegler has a conflict with which meeting was that, President Ziegler?
The April 5th meeting, if we could move that to the 13th, that would be helpful for me.
So that's one change to this calendar that is in front of you. And then I want to point out, I chose not to schedule a second meeting in November, but if you would like to, you certainly can. Obviously, that Thursday falls on Thanksgiving Day. And then lastly, I want to know if the board would like to have the second resolution in there so that it sets expectations for the public as to whether or not, because I know that Engineer Soviak and I will get people saying, but you have this other meeting, can't we just put it on this other meeting? It certainly does not need to be in here. That was just my logic behind it. I think for the managers decide how they want to do that.
Mr. President.
Manager Cook.
You know, I think that we should, I think we should just call them all meetings, regular meetings, and then we can decide whether or not to hold them. And I don't have a problem if people get their work done and they want to submit it to the permitting done to the next meeting. I don't have a problem with that. I think maybe the real issue is can we, under the rules, come up with a legitimate cutoff prior to a meeting? Yeah, without running afoul of, I believe, isn't there some 60-day rule or 30-day rule out there that we have to deal with? So, you know, if we're having two meetings, I think we should just have two meetings and not call them workshop or anything else. We can schedule what we want to on them. And unless I hear otherwise, I would think, why wouldn't we want to give people the opportunity to have something approved at the second meeting, unless you think it's just too burdensome, Mr. Jeffrey, which if it is, I guess it is, but you know, whether you have it done for the first Wednesday or the what are we dealing? What are those days of the week, Mr. Jeffrey?
Thursday, the third Thursday, first Wednesday.
Third Thursday, first Wednesday and third Thursday. Okay. I mean, with respect to the, excuse me, with respect to the permits, is it just a matter if we have the work done, and wouldn't that also eliminate some of the problems that I pointed out before, that I think we have some issues with approving things within the specified period of time under the statutes? Is there like 45 days or something we have to do certain things? And I'm sorry, I don't remember all these. Mr. Smith, I'm sure, has them off the top of his head, but it just seems to me it could facilitate, taking care of some of these payment deadlines and payment requirements, and at least for those things that we haven't included in our contract as to when they're entitled to their payment. So I don't know if Mr. Smith has any comments on those, but.
Mr. President, I think what Manager Cook is referring to is under Minnesota statutes 1599, which requires that after a completed permit application is submitted, there's 60 days to act on it. And typically that's not the dominant calendar consideration. We also, within our rules, have a requirement that they get it in by a certain time before the meeting, and that's for this meeting management purpose that you're referring to. And that would just be kind of a rolling thing with a meeting every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I would defer to Mr. Jeffrey and Mr. Sobiek about how that would affect their permit review process.
President Ziegler, managers, it would work poorly, to say the least. It would be extremely onerous. As it is, we already have everything is a tooth and nail fight. Well, what if I just give it to you the Friday before? And then if we don't do it, then we get comments on the PRAP that our customer service is horrible and everything takes too long and we're not easy to work with. I think if there is an expectation that there is a second meeting at which business can be conducted, they will do everything they can to take advantage of that. And we will be scrambling every week, doing nothing but trying to get together all of these things so that we can get it on the next meeting. I strongly discourage allowing permit reviews except for in emergency situations where, and I don't know what those would be, maybe a public works issue where there's an imminent risk of failure or something of that nature, but it will be a headache, to say the least.
President Ziegler,
Yes, Manager Pedersen.
I would be in support of the administrator because I just think they're going to spend too much administrative time when they have so many other things to do. We can work it so that we take care of the majority of that business once a month and leave that second meeting as a workshop meeting where we're working on new ideas, collaboration, getting some of our questions answered about where the district is going in general. I would agree that the second meeting should be more of a workshop type meeting.
President Ziegler,
Manager Crafton.
I would concur with that. I think there's a real need to spend some time on where we're going and, keep assessing how we're moving forward. So I think our monthly meeting should still be pertinent to voting on the permits and the substance of what we are doing usually on our meeting.
Manager Duval, do you have anything to say?
I would concur that the workshop meeting should be a workshop meeting and the business meeting should be the normal monthly meeting.
Oh, Mr. President,
Manager Cook.
I don't recall that there was any agreement that the second meeting was per se only a workshop meeting. That's number one. Number two, I would, I did contract administration. I found that there was less pressure the more opportunities people had to get their permit, approved. But that was just my experience, especially when we had cutoffs. Because then they weren't pushing you, oh God, I gotta wait a whole month, before I get my permit approved. Or in this case, it's 2 weeks. So I'm there, but I don't think we should limit these to just, workshops, per se. But that's my opinion. And
So, Mr. President,
Manager Duval.
so in an earlier discussion this evening, weren't we talking about the notion that because we have so many meetings, the potential is there for somebody to not be able to meet one of the second meetings? And if the meeting is where there's no quorum required, that gives some flexibility for the second meeting of the month and not having to have everybody in attendance. That was one of the reasons or rationale for designating it a workshop meeting. Just a comment.
Okay, so the resolution is to adopt the calendar, and I believe the way it's written, the mid-month meetings are listed as workshops.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I brought this up, probably every year that I've been on a manager. But I think if we're going to schedule these workshops, I'd like to see us designate at least some of them, it doesn't have to be so formal, but to have some of them cover some of the topics that we need to go over. For example, budget. Budget should start. We should have a workshop on budget, and we should have a workshop on the work plan. And to get to that is the work plan should be basically at the same time as the budget, because spending money based upon a work plan. And I can't think off the top of my head the other things, but I put together a list of a number of items in it, that should be when we have the 10-year plan. We're supposed to be reviewing it every 5 years. So I would imagine some of these workshops should at least be that. So I'd like to see us add some at least, or come up with, or have Mr. Jeffrey come up with a list of topics, tentative topics, let's call them tentative topics for these workshops, so we can know in advance what we're going to be looking at. But also, we need to have, the materials. And just before I forget, again, I believe the statute requires we have to make the materials available at each meeting. And to me, that means something more than throwing it up on the screen. It has, in my opinion, it means people have to be able to access it at the meeting so they can review it, not as we review it, but they can review it as they deem appropriate when that item comes up. So I think that's something we'll discuss at the governance committee meeting as well. But I want to make sure that we're not waiting till the last minute to have materials for these workshops. So it is going to be, and the reason I make the point is that I'm going to expect it's going to be more work, but I think it's going to pay off big dividends, because we'll be addressing more of these issues that I think we should be addressing as we go through the year.
Okay, any more discussion before I believe we had a motion and a second. Is that correct?
I
No?
don't think we
Okay.
did.
I didn't have it.
Okay,
We
I'll
have-
move that we accept, we adopt resolution 22091. Is that the new number with the one you just sent us? Is that the same number, Terry?
Same number.
Same
that is
number,
correct.
okay.
Yeah.
With the idea of having more workshop type materials for the second meeting.
President Ziegler,
Yes.
I'd like to second this
Okay,
motion.
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we vote?
President Ziegler, managers, if we adopt the resolution as is, it does not switch that February or that April date around, so you might
Oh.
wanna.
Okay,
Okay, I'd like to amend it so that the April meeting runs to April 13th.
I'll second that, or I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I have a comment to just remind everybody, if these are down at workshops, unless we give a special meeting notice, we can't take any actions. So the workshop meetings listed as workshops are workshops. No action can be taken unless we give the requisite 3 days notice.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
Yes,
Manager Duval,
Yes,
Manager Cook,
Yes,
Manager Pedersen,
Yes,
President Ziegler.
Yes. Okay,
Motion carries 5-0.
sorry. So, resolution 22-092 was moved up to the consent agenda. Correct? Okay, so the next item is to adopt resolution 22-093, authorizing the administrator to execute Amendment 1 to BAR's engineering task order 23B to prepare Chanhassen desiccant facility plans and specifications.
President Ziegler, managers, I'll introduce it a little bit, but when Marilyn was here, I gave a little bit of the background of what a decant facility is. So I'll just focus on why we're coming to this point right now. Couple of things to note. One is, and I already know what Manager Cook is going to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. We don't yet have an agreement with them on it. We just have a handshake that they are going to run it through the cost share, which would mean that they would pay 50% of all of BAR's expenses. So we'll work that into the cooperative agreement with them on the overall project. The reason this came forward is right now they don't have, their boneyard really sits immediately adjacent to the stormwater pond that goes directly into Riley Creek. So any of these wastes that they have go to that. With the decant facility and the fact that they are taking on maintenance of the Kraken that we put in and other devices like that, it gives them a place to go with the waste. And it really is an exceptional practice for keeping our waters clean and reducing maintenance costs overall for these facilities that are going to become more and more prevalent over time. The reason that BAR will be doing it is simply because BAR was already doing the engineering on the stream project. And we're just going to roll it into that plan and that bid package, but it'll be a bid alternate that will be compensated through some cost share program with the city of Chanhassen, yet to be determined once we have prices.
Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
In my view, I think this should be a separate task order, not an amendment to an existing one, because it is, I think, materially different. At least my understanding is from the task order to which it would be an amendment. And also given the fact that Mr. Jeffrey either read my mind or I telepathically sent it to him. That we'll have to see which one that happened. And if there's going to be cost share, et cetera, I I think we should, I'd like to see it separate, task order. I think it is distinctly enough. Yeah, distinct enough that we should do that. And then we can deal with that. And besides that, I'm wondering if we don't have a basis for getting some grants or something to help pay for this thing. And they also, and the other reason I say this, and Chanhassen asked for, cost sharing, et cetera. That's, we got the program and they apply it, et cetera. That's fine. But, this is really a man-made creation. I mean, part of their, if I understand it correctly, part of their MS4. So I think we should keep this, on a separate task, administrate separately. I would hope it wouldn't be that much more of a burden. The cost, if I understood it, was another couple $100,000. Is that right? Add to the original. I think that's significant enough, and it being different. I think it should be a separate task order. So that said, I would move for the adoption of the resolution with the amendment that it be put into its own separate task order.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? I guess I'll second. I agree. It's enough money and it is different work. And I think it probably would make it easier then to do the cost share too. So
Yeah,
I'll second it, but Terry, do you have any comments?
President Ziegler, Manager Cook. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue that the only nexus to it is that we discovered it while going through the Riley Creek project. So unless BAR has some strong reason why they don't want to make it a separate task order, I think it makes logical sense to run it as a separate task order. And Scott seems to agree. So,
Mr. President, yeah,
I see.
I'm just going to make a friendly amendment to our own.
Okay.
The friendly amendment is that legal counsel, Minister Jeffrey, and BAR work on preparing the appropriate changes to the paperwork to make it a separate task order.
Mr. Smith, you had a finger raised.
Yes, if I could just ask a question, maybe to Mr. Jeffrey and Mr. Sobiak, and it may not be one to answer right now, but what is the posture of this work or this project in our plan? Is this part of the cost share program? Is this part of some project to be developed and amended into our plan, or where are we from that perspective?
Yeah, President Ziegler, managers, Mr. Smith, that's a really good question, a good point. We would not have a separate capital project identified in the plan in which this would fit. It would fit underneath our municipal cost share program though, but they would have to then apply through the cost share project. So does that address your question? I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Manager Cook.
Mr. President.
Manager Cook.
That's a really good point, Mr. Smith. And what I was wondering, if we need be, we would look in our opportunity funds, since we have that as a line. I just throw that out. I don't know if it qualifies. It's a good place to put it, or there's some other place to put it. But Mr. Smith raises a good one. So I trust that Mr. Jeffrey and Mr. Smith will figure out if we need to do anything in addition to allow this project at least to move forward on the planning basis.
President Ziegler, Manager Cook. Yeah, I'll work with Mr. Smith on that. I know if we run it through the opportunity, we would have to do a minor plan amendment, which isn't really all that difficult, but just to identify it as a project and call it out. So I'll work with Mr. Smith and we'll come up with the best way to incorporate it into our plan that fits.
President Ziegler?
Manager Crafton.
Yeah, so I guess I would like to ask Engineer Sobiak, are there some consequences in putting this off and not getting this done in a timely manner?
The current timing of the project was the design is to align with the Upper Riley Creek project to streamline the bidding process. Whether it's one task order or two task orders, it can still be handled and handled accordingly. That's the really only timing aspect that we're dealing with. So I don't see timelines as being a constraining factor here.
So I don't really see a downside to this.
I do not. I mean, from the project's perspective from itself, I do believe the project will provide some valuable resource protection in terms of taking that decanted water and getting it into the sanitary sewer so it's properly treated before discharging from the wastewater plant. Because like Mr. Jeffrey said, currently it discharges to a medium value wetland, to a stormwater, through a stormwater pond, and then into Riley Creek.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have any prior motions or seconds that we have to deal with, at least that I remembered. No, okay.
Well, there is a motion made by Manager Cook and seconded by President Siegler.
Okay, yes, yes.
Excuse me, Mr. President, with basically the friendly amendment to put it into appropriate contract language between the administrator, Mr. Sobiak, and Mr. Smith. And I would assume that would be a friendly amendment.
Yes, I would accept that as a friendly amendment. So do we all understand what we're going to vote on? Okay. Can we have a roll call vote, Mr. Smith?
Yes, Manager Crafton,
Yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Siegler.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, that's the end of our action items. Now we move to discussion items. Did
Mr.
we
President.
have,
Oh.
I'm sorry,
Mr. President, could,
Manager Cook?
I don't know what's the motion again, or a recess for the for a restroom break. That's good of the order.
Okay.
Maybe have a recess for that for 5
Do
minutes.
we need to vote on that, Mr. Smith?
The chair can declare a brief
Okay, I'm
recess.
going to declare a 5-minute rest break.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, I see we're all back. I don't know if that was 5 minutes or not, but I guess I'd like to reconvene the meeting. The first thing on the discussion items was Maud HR consultant. Manager Cook asked for this item.
Yeah, yes, please. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I decided to attend Mr. Smith's and the other presentations on governance, so I didn't have an opportunity to attend the presentation regarding HR consulting. I'm wondering if anybody had any materials and or had some brief discussion concerning the, as I understand it, one of the sessions non-staff was regarding using HR professionals.
President Ziegler, Manager Cook, yeah, I can speak to that. Actually, the entire day was wonderful. We got a lot of materials. I'm going to spend a lot of time stealing stuff from Mark Dene and others at other watersheds who have developed some really good onboarding materials, really good annual review materials, things of that nature. Bring back and speak to everybody. Regarding the HR professional, it was actually some way, it was Comfort Lake, Forest Lake Watershed District Administrator Kenny, and it was a result, just like ours, it came out of their PRAP that they should hire an HR person to help them with stuff. So I actually have a request into Mr. Kenny of Comfort Lake, Forest Lake, to share with me materials, his RFQ and other things, budget, et cetera, and the outcomes of that. It was used for really for their strategic planning and other stuff. And then that individual is now, I guess, on a retainer, for lack of a better word, offering him a la carte services. They check in once a month, kind of discuss changes in law, anything else that they have. So is there anything else that you want to know about that?
No, Mr. President.
Manager Cook.
No, thank you very much. If you get those, if you wouldn't mind sharing them with me, I would appreciate that, Mr. Jeffrey. So that's all I had on that issue. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the next one was E&O work plan. Also Manager Cook.
Yes, if I can proceed. So I was just, I raised this before about having a specific work plan. I don't know if we have one. We do have one. I would certainly like to see a copy of it, especially going into the work plan going into the next year. And one of the reasons I brought this up, 4 things. One, I've mentioned before about what I view as some items on the website that could be, I think, considered in it for improvement. And so I'm wondering, do we have who's responsible for the website? And I mean, I'd go through Mr. Jeffrey, obviously, but I'm just trying to figure if there is a particular person. And the reason I raise it, 1, possible changes, but 2, based on before we had the meeting, my review of it, and I went to the news, and I didn't see a announcement of the fact that the district won the Booth Award, nor the fact that our district was a participant in the winning project. And the reason I even thought about mentioning it was, I believe Maud or Bowser, one of the two, had it on their feed right away. I got an email about the winning project, at least, et cetera. So I think those are things that I don't know if that falls under E&O, but something we should consider. Twitter. I get Bowser and mod releases, et cetera. And one of the questions I have is there a way we could include those, links to any of those releases somewhere on our website? Would that be helpful to people? I don't know the answer. I'm just raising the question. So I just,
So yeah,
those are the things I'd like to consider.
Yep, President Ziegler, I can speak to those. I think it would be, feel free to send any ideas and all ideas you have. We have regular meetings on Thursday with the team, and we can, pick those about and present those ideas. We kind of use it as a brainstorming session. Regarding the E&O plan, it is in January. It is my intent. I've had all the staff working on their work plan right now. I'd like to put it together into one single document, and then each staff member present briefly at the January work session after we have the climate people in Jill. And then so we'll have the work plans. That is in the process, and we're just modest, Manager Cook. That's why we didn't blast out. No, I'm sure it was just an oversight on our part, and we can certainly do that. Get that up there in the news feed. So was there anything? I think that was everything you had brought up, right?
Well, yeah. So while I'm at it, and obviously congratulations to staff on the, getting that booth together. That's a nice award to get, and also I guess congratulations to everybody. And also I'd say Dr. Blesser, because I think she was part of that start of that chloride thing. So I don't know if anybody's conveyed to her the fact that we were part of that. I think that would be a nice idea. Obviously, 50 details on the website. So that's all I had on that item. Thank you.
Okay, the low salt, no salt, that's what we won the award for. So that's another item you put on, or is that part of the same item?
Well, to discuss the low salt, no salt, what I'm wondering, are we having a continuing program on that, and a continuing effort, and is that part of maybe E&O or whatever it is to continue to have these education series and use whatever was developed, so that money doesn't go to waste, and the time and the effort. So that was the question I was raising.
Yep, President Ziegler, managers, the entire working group is planning to continue moving forward with this. Liz, Staff Forbes, has been intricately involved with that whole process. I haven't told her yet, but I'm going to make her stay intricately involved with that whole process. So we will continue that. And I believe we still have everything in the draft mode, but it should, Staff Forbes, be ready for release soon, correct? All the videos and everything?
Yep, I can give a quick update on that. In fact, the HTCI group is meeting, I believe it's either this Friday or next Friday, kind of wrapping up some loose ends. We are doing trial presentations right now, testing the materials with some groups. Last week, myself and Jessica Wilson from the city of Edina tried materials virtually to Cherry Creek Association in city of Minnetonka. And then this coming Monday, we are testing the materials in person with Pax Christi congregation. And so this will be the third pilot group that we've done, and as a result are fine-tuning the different elements such as the presentation. The ultimate goal is to release this specifically because of MOD, we've had some more interest from cities about using these materials. And so we are, like I said, meeting later this week, going to do a priority list of those things that we want to finish up. Our district is hosting the content on our website. There's a page fully dedicated to low salt, no salt. It is not branded as us, but we are hosting the site. And there are just a few things we need to wrap up. And I'd be happy, once we are wrapped up, I'd be happy to do a presentation on it for the board.
Thank you, Liz.
So, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
Well, I think that's excellent. I look forward to seeing a presentation on that and trying to use what the taxpayers have paid for in that regard. I have a follow-up question. I believe that on our permitting, do we not require a salting plan for
So,
permittees?
yeah, so President Ziegler, Manager Cook, right now we require that they have a chloride plan, but all that really entails is that they have someone who has successfully completed the MPCA chloride applicators program, and that they designate someone to be responsible for it. I did have a conversation with President Ziegler as well as with Sharon McConnor of the CAC, asking if it would be possible, and we'll look into it, if it would be possible to include some elements of that site design for minimal salt application into our rules. I think it would be good to look at it in an overall of a best site design period in terms of minimizing impervious surface, as well as location buildings, so that it gets the southern exposure of the sun, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, we have one. No, it's not as robust as it could be. Only us and 9 Mile have it, and we really tried to just go real gentle at first to our toe into the water. That's met with very little resistance. So I think it would be prudent or met well to advance that a little further.
So at MAUD, there was a presentation on designing for low salt, and they had some pictures of some, I'm going to call them glaring mistakes, where they had snow storage right here, and then, well, I guess I had so on this side they had the snow storage from the parking lot, and right here they had the drain, and in between they had the handicapped parking spot. So when the snow melts and then starts to run across and freezes, they have to salt it really well because it's the handicap spot. So other examples were, having a overpass where it's in the shade and the low spot on the road is right there. So yeah, you've got ice under the overpass. And then like Administrator Jeffrey said, in other cases, it was which way the building faces. And on large apartment complexes and stuff, you can control that quite a bit. And, if you're facing the south and you've got the wind coming out of the north, you're pretty much guaranteeing you're going to have snow in the shade and snow drifts across your sidewalks and everything. So, it's just the idea is to kind of put the sun on your plot plan and put the majority prevailing winds on your plot plan and take a look at it and see, is there something you can do better? It's not prone to requiring salt. So one of the other things is, and the next thing up is rule revisions. It seems like, it might be a good idea to take a look at that material. If Scott can look at it and, see if there's enough there to put it into our rules or not.
Yeah, Scott.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Manager Cook?
Yeah, just to follow up, I agree with you 100%. We should look at including that either in our rules, or they have to come up with a plan or some consideration. But I think that's clearly a good idea, that is a way of minimizing the use of salts. So I would certainly endorse that. Thank you. I'm finished.
Okay, the next one was the rule revisions, and specifically on tree removal.
Yeah, yes, I would like to see us have a discussion about the extent to which we can and then should have rules pertaining to tree removal and or plantings. And I know this is a kind of maybe a sticky issue because it may deal with zoning and other surface things, but it strikes me that taking out the trees, it has such an impact on drainage, et cetera, water, the infiltration that you get from roots, and you take out all these plants, et cetera, these trees. You've done that also. Trees, the leaves themselves slow down the rainwater, which slows down erosion. And the reason why I brought this up is that when we went on the tour, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of that development. What was the last development we went to? But that thing was like totally denuded of trees, except for I think the two required, what, 1.5-inch trees, one in the front yard, I think, and one in the backyard. And I really would like us to explore whether or not we can, and then if we should, have some rules or something pertaining to either maintaining trees or adding trees or even contributing to a forest for, you know, I mean, like wetlands, you know, you take out these trees, you need to contribute to kind of restore the CO2, because in my mind, the only way we're going to deal with carbon dioxide is to trap it into trees. The underground storage is going to have limited value. So that's why I brought it up. And then obviously is going to talk about the leaf protection with trees. And there was a number of good presentations on tracking tree canopy, doing more sweeping. I'll just throw this in there because I was going to talk about it later, but I think we need to do more of it. In particular, you know, I went to Chanhassen about leaf material 78th Street, where the trees are really, you know, not very big. And the answer I got back, well, we're just not going to do it. Notwithstanding the fact that we gave them $30,000 for a, you know, a vacuum type street sweeper. And I think we should look at, you know, especially if when these plans come around, what can we do about requiring street sweeping to minimize, you know, the leaf material that goes into, you know, the stormwater drains. And as the number of the presentations pointed out, doing that can save them a bucket of money on their MS4 requirement. So I won't have to bring this up later. So that's why I mentioned it now, that I'd like to see us address that if we can in our rules, or even in our grants, or, you know, encouragement of, you know, maybe in hindsight, instead of just giving them $30,000, we should have said, yeah, we'll give you $30,000, but we want to see your plan for sweeping the streets. But enough of that. Thank you.
Okay, Terry, I think you had some discussion on the IT providers.
Yeah.
That maybe we'll start with Terry this time.
Yeah, President Ziegler, managers, apologize that I'm not looking at it right now. Thought I had it up, but I don't. So in evaluating the amount of money being spent on our IT consultant or IT vendor versus what we are getting on return, we're spending about $1,750 a month on them. We've had a total of 46 tickets. 35 of them were for issues related to MS365, the Microsoft OneDrive. Of those, we ended up solving almost all of them internally. 8 of them were to set up computers with their shareware. And then there was the portal. And again, this isn't to malign Imagine IT. I think they did what they said they were going to do. We just simply do not have the hardware, the server, the applications to necessitate such an expense on IT. I would like to look to see if there are companies out there that offer a la carte service or fee for service type things. That would make more sense for us. Even when we tried to purchase hardware through them, they didn't have any discounts. In fact, it was 40% more expensive than what I was able to go by just going directly through the manufacturer. Microsoft, which hosts all our data, has a number of different services that are available for nominal fees, you know, $3 to $8 a month type things to help us with data recovery, identity protection, things of that nature. I also am going to ask the MAWA group what they are doing for their IT services. I think at this time it would be my strong recommendation that we hold off, we evaluate what others are doing. I take some time and see if there are places that offer a la carte service or fee for service. Unless we get a server or something of that nature where the maintenance becomes beyond the capabilities of our staff, I just think that money is better spent elsewhere.
Manager Cook, did you have any further questions or comments?
Well, yeah, I have a lot of comments and questions, and you know, I say that, and no reason I say this is because I have been around the block for a long time. I actually took up computer programming in 1970, so that tells you how old I am. Okay, and I have, you know, grown up with computers. I hear what Administrator Jeffrey is saying. It doesn't seem like we imagine IT may not be the right fit, or the services we're buying from them may not be the right services. But I think that what we need to do is, one, have a conversation with the higher ups there, tell them what our experience is, what our issues are, at least get their, I would say, formal response. Obviously seek out others who may have consultants, and ultimately go out for an RFP to get somebody to consult. Because one of the issues, you know, that luckily my clients haven't experienced, but you know, other attorneys who have clients have experienced, is once you have a problem, the problem is getting somebody to work on your problem. And first of all, somebody has to know what your system is. So, and having somebody who has the right skills on retainer or paying them, you're more likely, you know, to get the service you need. If, for God forbid, for some reason you'd have a hack or something, that, you know, all the seminars I go to say it's not if, it's just a matter of when it's going to happen. Because they're getting smarter all the time on how to hack. Why they'd want to hack us, God only knows, but that was the first thing that a number of attorneys have said. You don't know why they're going to do it. And, you know, most of the time, you know, it's for money, ransomware, et cetera. So for that reason, I think we still need an IT consultant. I think we should see if our accountants have IT staffing, and at least we need somebody to do an evaluation of our system, our weaknesses, improvements that maybe we should have. We need to make sure that we have an adequate backup plan, adequate, you know, disaster recovery plan. You know, we should be doing tabletop exercises that if this happens, this is what we do. You know, step by step. And this is what, you know, the private sector is doing. I know that the state of Minnesota has a significant technology department, at least certainly for state agencies. I don't know if that's something that could be tapped into. But the more I think about it, it seemed to me that MOD would be a place that should be trying to come up with collective, you know, advisors, service providers, et cetera, you know, model exercises to do, recommended, you equipment and services for this. I mean, I was in large firms for over 30 years. It's a big deal, and you can't afford to lose the information, even though all of our stuff is pretty much, almost all of our stuff is public. You can't afford to be out of business. So what are we going to do if a natural disaster happens? To my knowledge, we don't have a disaster preparedness plan. We need to have a disaster preparedness plan. We would look very foolish if we didn't have one to go to. We need exercises on what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. I don't have no idea what our security model is. I don't know what our security procedures, access procedures are. Who has the overriding passwords, and it should be more than one, and et cetera, and not be able to be changed. There's all host of items. And besides that, there's also a host of what do they call it? Not the hack, excuse me, sorry. Not the hacks in the sense of nefarious hacks, but there's all kinds of software out there and processes that we can use to be more efficient. And I believe I sent Mr. Jeffrey the name of a couple of consultants that consult the legal industry. And I mean, they give hours presentations on just software and things you can do to make life, easier, faster, getting it done. And Mr. Jeffrey already talked about the fact that coming up with nomenclature for naming documents, but there's document management systems out there, that you can buy that you set up, and then everybody has the same formatting. It groups them. You have categories, etc. I use those for 30 plus years. The easiest way of making access to information readily available to everybody, who needs to know them, and you can set security levels if you want, who has access, who shouldn't have access, et cetera, whether or not you can change things, not change things. So I think there's just a lot of work. I don't think the answer is to go without. I think the answer is to find the right consultants that are going to tell us the right things to do in the right amount of time. I don't mean this disrespectfully, but my experience has been that many times, I'll just use the example. Minnesota, I think it was Department of Health, was in charge of coming up with a software system, right, for MNsure. For some reason, they decided they thought they could do it in-house. What ended up, it cost them $94 million after the debacle to go to Deloitte, which I'm surprised it was Deloitte, to fix it. And so there's an old adage that I try to go by: do what you do best and let others do the rest. And I think what we do best is our water, preserving our water. And yes, it's going to cost more money to have a consultant, but think of your time. Well, your time is valuable, staff's time is valuable. And I know they probably charge way too much for the computers, but hey, somebody's got to order them. Somebody's got to look at the specs. Somebody's got to make sure they get delivered. That all costs time and money. So it's either going to be a consultant's time or money, or it's going to be our time and money. And I think we should be spending our time and money on, on what we do best, concerning the, the environment. And I will, I put most of these notes on your document, Mr. Jeffrey. I'll send them to you. But I'd like to make a motion, but I encourage you need to come back with some suggestions, a detailed plan on how we're going to move forward, and make sure we have the right IT support, the right security, the right disaster preparedness plan. So I would like to see staff bring something back to us, at January, February meeting. I think January is pretty jammed up. So, and maybe this is one of the work sessions. Maybe this is what we do at the January work session. Cover those non-business items that we can do. So I think I've covered, generally speaking. And maybe I have a question. So do we have a general cloud backup for all of our documentation?
President Ziegler, Manager Cook, yeah, so everything is redundantly backed up. And then each individual, we have a external hard drive for people to back up their individual computers and documents that they have.
Mr. President, I'll continue. I have a similar system, but I'm just a one-man person. But I think that the backup off of the cloud, you should seriously consider having that backed up to a server. And it doesn't take much, but you need a server or you need individual hard drives that are connected on a network so that they can be accessed by someone other than just the person whose computer it is on that basis. But I know there's plenty of IT providers that can show you how to do that. But having individual storage devices, unless you're a one-man shop, is my understanding is not the best way to go. So we should be looking into that. So I'd like to see staff come back with a plan and recommendations for addressing these issues.
Okay, I see the next thing on the agenda, also requested by Manager Cook, is accounting procedures.
Yeah, since we're coming to the end of the year and we're going to be going into the audit, I assume sometime next year. I've asked about this before, about what are our accounting procedures and accounting policies, and I've not received a response. I have proposed a set of accounting policies and procedures, but it sounds to me like they went nowhere, although they were supposed to be sent to the accountant and then on to the auditors, but nothing has happened there. So I would like to see the Accounting and Finance Committee follow up with that so that, when we have an audit, they're actually repeating what policies we actually have and that we've actually adopted.
Okay, the next item we had was withholding for documentation. I guess I'm not sure what that is.
Sure, I was very inept in writing this, but I was looking at what is our basis for withholding, coming up with the withholding of payments for not providing documentation. I believe we have some set amount, for example, not providing the is it the SALT plan or maybe it's some other thing, and I'm a little concerned about how do we set that amount and that policy. I know I'm the one that suggested it should be a significant amount so that people will do it, not just blow it off and give up that amount of money. But I think that as part of the permitting, we should be looking at setting those. How do we set those? Do they pass muster? And that may be for more than just like the salting plan. Maybe that's the easements and the conservations, like the issue we're having with Middle Riley Creek.
So I can speak to the permit part. Middle Riley Creek is a different animal because we don't owe them any money, so there isn't anything we can withhold from them. For permits, the chloride plan, they have to give a $5,000 escrow or financial assurance, whatever form they choose. That is released upon receipt of an executed chloride plan that meets our rules. We will need to go back this year and revisit our financial assurance schedule again. But it is based on, well, at this point, it's based on 2020, wouldn't it be, Scott? 2020 values. So it is something that will be coming back before the board to reevaluate our financial assurance schedule.
Okay, well, thank you. I would like to see that brought up about how we charge and what we withhold for the costs. And I assume if we set a number, it probably works, but it just struck my mind that maybe Mr. Smith has some question about that. So
yeah, right now we use engineer's opinion of cost plus 10% basically for for the stormwater management, and then we have a per acre fee for restoration, and then a lineal foot, per lineal foot fee for erosion control practices.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
So the next item it says is contract retainage. Is this the same thing we voted on last month?
Well, Mr. President, my recollection is we didn't vote on it. So I went and reread the memo that was provided. It's my understanding in rereading the memo that the memo said that staff had determined that it would actually be easier to withhold the full 5% and all the payments and pay that at the end. And my recollection is we never adopted that as being our policy, and I believe we should be adopting it as a policy, notwithstanding Mr. Welch's, comments, is that we should be giving direction, to staff on what to include in our contracts, because the statute says up to, and I think we need to direct staff to include the full 5% and to release that only as required. I believe I sent Mr. Jeffrey a email with a proposed resolution.
President Ziegler?
Manager Crafton?
Yes, we had this discussion and we had a vote and we decided that what the policy would be, and that was our consent position.
There was a motion and a lack of second.
So the
so
motion
let's
failed for
reflect
lack
on
of
that.
second.
Yes. Well, so I'm bringing it up again because we do need to give staff direction. And I don't know why it wasn't seconded, maybe because I made the motion. I think that's irrelevant. I think it's important to give that direction, especially when we're going into the new year now with new contracts. And I believe, I've read the memo, and the memo said that staff agrees. We just will make it 5% of the entire every payment, and then pay it out at the end when we're required to pay. So my resolution basically says that. So I move, we adopt that resolution directing staff to impose the full 5% and to release the retainage as required by law.
So if I second it and it gets voted down, are we gonna need to talk about it again next month?
I don't know.
President Ziegler?
Manager Crafton?
I thought it was made pretty clear that a lot of this is in statute and we're already doing all this, and staff's already doing this, and legal counsel is involved. So if there's already enough passed to make this the retainage meet statute. So it just seemed redundant, and I thought that's why people didn't second and didn't support it.
Well, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
I don't think Manager Crafton quite understands the issue or what was done. In fact, nothing has been done. And that's what I'm asking, that we direct staff to include the full 5% retention, which I understand they're in favor of, okay, in our contracts going forward. I don't know what Manager Crafton is referring to, that already passed something or doing something. We're not, or we certainly haven't directed staff to do that.
Mr. President.
Manager Deval?
So I thought we had this discussion at the last meeting, and there was discussion between Scott and others about how we were doing it. And I thought there was a motion made to continue the way we have been doing it, which allowed for some flexibility in terms of how it was actually dealt with.
Mr. President, you can go back through the minutes. I mean, I read through the minutes. Okay, we didn't do anything. Maybe people think we did, but my read of the minutes, we did not do anything other than to not second my motion to do something.
Okay, so my recollection is that Scott Sobiak and Terry are okay, happy with the system that we have. And basically, they make the decision at the time when the project is more than 80% complete, no, 50% complete, that, you know, the need to withhold money, it gets lower and lower as the project nears completion. So continuing to withhold 5% on each bill is not really necessary in most cases. And our current system allows them some flexibility in what happens. It doesn't dictate, except that they do it according to the law, which is what they're doing.
Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
well, that's not my recollection. Your memo says exactly what it says, which is, you know, they were in favor of withholding the full 5% for the duration of the contract and releasing it then. It was, they stated that they saw no benefit in having reductions or limitations. And quite frankly, I don't think staff, or all due respect, Mr. Sobiak should be the one to determining how much retainage they should make. Retainage is there basically in case there's a mistake. Okay, Mr. Sobiak and Bar, you know, they say, hey, we looked at everything. We think, you know, they did this stuff in the way they're supposed to, but they make no guarantees or promises. The retainage is there in case we have a problem on that basis. And yes, we have, you know, we have bonds, etc. But we all know the issues of having to deal with the bonding companies, right? So it's much easier to have money to get people to voluntarily correct the issues. And that's the reason for the retainage. We never pay for something that hasn't been done, or we shouldn't be, but we get to retain it in case there's a mistake or we find an error or something, we find that something wasn't done correctly. And that's the purpose behind retainage.
President Ziegler?
Yes.
A few things. Yeah, one, correct. If the work has not been completed, it is not paid. The retainage is only on that portion of the work that has been completed. It has been our practice throughout to work with legal counsel to draw the agreements, and it has been our practice to retain the maximum 5%. I'm trying to come up with a way to say this next part that doesn't sound disrespectful, but if the design engineer is not qualified to determine whether or not retainage should be released, then who is?
Well, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
that's the engineer cannot, unless they have x-ray vision, a crystal ball, etc., cannot know what issues there may be with work that had been done, even if they think it was done correctly. That's the purpose of retainage. Okay, it's a way of leverage and of compensating the district for issues, errors, where we might not want to have to go to basically the bonding company, because we all know how difficult that is on that basis. And the retainage gives us leverage. I don't know of a reason why we wouldn't want to maintain the maximum amount of leverage. And according to the memo, it was stated that giving a discount on retainage does not encourage or discourage anybody from bidding any project. So why wouldn't we keep the maximum amount of retainage and release it when we have to, when that's the latest time that we could possibly know if there's an issue? Why wouldn't we do that? You know, it used to be, the statute was to put into benefit contractors because government agencies used to sit on all the money.
You know, they'd sit on all the money for years and basically be forced to be sued. Okay, this was a great boon to contractors. But by the same token, I think we should be taking advantage of the ability to have the money, to have leverage, to get the work done correctly if we find out it was not done correctly.
And we do retain 5%. I feel like this is a policy looking for a problem. You know, it doesn't matter to us one way or another how you want to do this, but we have beat this horse for as long as I have been here. Either make a decision to do something or please let it go to rest, because it's always every meeting the same thing. I trust our attorneys, I trust our engineers. We haven't, yeah. So.
Well, Mr. President, maybe Mr. Jeffrey, you can have all the trust in the world, but you know what? Your name doesn't show up as the manager of the watershed district, okay? You haven't been here forever, okay? You certainly have not been the administrator forever. We have not beaten a dead horse. You want to go find one, you can find one to beat a dead horse if you want to. I don't want to get off the point. You already said you were going to do it. Let's have a policy that we're going to do it. We can't be arbitrary and capricious, okay? And that's what we end up doing when we give this flexibility, okay, to release retainage. We run the risk of being arbitrary and capricious. And the best way to avoid that is to simply follow the statute, retain the 5%, release it when we're required. And so I have the motion, I sent you the motion, and we should just adopt it. Why wouldn't you adopt it? If it's consistent with what you think you say you're doing, why wouldn't you agree to adopt it?
Okay, so we have, I believe there's a motion that was written. Does anyone, I believe everyone has received it. Does anyone want to second it?
President Ziegler,
Manager Kraft.
I thought these were discussion items and information only, that we weren't voting on things at this point.
I'm hoping we can vote to not have to talk about it next month.
Well, Mr. President, the simple answer is then, if everybody's in agreement, that's what we're going to do, then let's just adopt the policy. In fact, I don't remember the meeting, but wait, excuse me, I have the floor. Excuse me, I have the floor. I will repeat that you have said on several times, then let's have instead of just reaching consensus things, we have a motion, we adopt the motion so everybody knows where we're at. Those were your words, at least on several occasions. So I'm just asking that it would be a best management practice to do exactly what you said. And since this motion is exactly what is intended to be done, we make it our policy.
I will second the motion so we can vote on it. Is Lewis Smith still here?
Yeah.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Manager Crafton,
What are we voting on?
We're voting on the motion that Manager Cook sent to Terry, was it 2 hours before the meeting?
I don't think it was that soon before the meeting. I believe it was day, but it's right here. It's on your screen.
You want to blow it up a little bit, please, Mr. Jeffrey?
Yep.
Other direction. There you go.
Legal counsel Smith, I'm going to vote no.
okay. Manager Duval,
I vote no.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Patterson,
No,
President Ziegler.
No,
Motion fails 1-4.
So, Mr. President,
Manager Cook,
so we have no policy.
we have the policy that we had before, which
No,
allows,
I'm sorry,
it
sir.
allows flexibility for staff to handle it. And they have a lawyer that they work with on every contract. He doesn't happen to be here tonight, but the lawyer's happy with it. The staff is happy with it.
And sir, Mr. President,
Manager Cook,
I really wish everybody would go read the memo.
it was included in the board packet, right?
Yes, read it, please. Well, and I understand your vote. You don't want to follow best practices. That is your decision.
Okay. The next thing is the PRAP report. And I think we covered this under the letter. Is there anything else other than the letter, Manager Cook, that we needed to discuss?
Well, yes, I mean, I think that we should be holding a workshop to go through the PRAP report in some detail. I don't know about the rest of you, but going through it as quickly as the person from Bowser did, it was, I didn't think it was time enough to digest those issues and for us to decide what, if any, of the recommendations or how we're going to deal with them. And I don't think we need necessarily to wait for a PRAP grant, but we could. And in particular, to find out what about our processes and, are people concerned about and what we can do. So I guess I'd like to suggest we make this the subject of a workshop.
Mr. Jaffrey, if we did that, when would be good time? February, March? I mean, there's got to be some information we're gathering, right?
Yeah, President Ziegler, managers. In some ways, it should align with our review of the plan, of the 5-year review of the plan.
Okay.
February or March would probably be better in order to pull it all together. We may well have the PRAP grant by then as well, and have a list of consultants for the managers to be considering at that time. So February at the earliest, March would be preferred.
Okay, well, I'm gonna suggest we leave it to staff to figure out where we can fit in our workshops.
President Ziegler?
We can't do them all in January. Manager Crafton.
Yeah, well, part of the PRAP grant planning would be to review a lot of these things. And we're looking for a third-party person to help coordinate that. So I think it's already coming. It's just, we've got to get that approved by Bowser, and we're going to get a list of people that we can pick from. So I think it's in the works.
Yeah. Any further questions on the PRAP? Okay. The next item, just right, okay, the next item is manager reports.
Manager reports.
Do we have any manager reports?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
I've already mentioned that about Mod and the fact that we won the booth and the project. I think it would be appropriate to send a letter to of appreciation to those who were involved in putting together the booth and congratulate them for the great job that they did and receiving that award. So that's what I would recommend. You guys can obviously do as you want on that. I already mentioned, I think it would be nice to notify Dr. Blesser regarding the Hennepin County Salt Initiative, which she, I believe, was involved in spearheading, at least initially. I've already mentioned, I'd like to see us include leaf collection, leaf study. Certainly, I mean, Chanhassen has the issues. I assume every other city that we has these issues. So I have a couple other reports. I haven't seen any update on the status of the rules violations on Lotus Lake. And I believe my understanding was we were going back several months in which I believe there was a statement we were going to be doing something about it, and I haven't seen anything about it. And I believe it's been several months since.
So they have until December 23rd to come forward with a completed application and everything that's required of that in compliance with Rule C and Rule J. If they do not by that time, I will just direct staff to initiate enforcement action, which will include setting and notifying you of a date for an enforcement hearing before the RPBC WD Board of Managers, which I would anticipate would be then at a February meeting.
Mr. President, just follow up. Well, thank you on that. You know, I'd appreciate if that was, I didn't see that in the staff report, but you know, if you could include that kind of correspondence in our board packages, I think that would be helpful going forward. I don't have to bring up something that's already been handled in that regard. I already mentioned, you know, I'd like to see us address tree removal if that's possible. I've already mentioned about, you know, the website issues. We talked about IT and my recommendation that we have discussions. I think a good place to start is with our accountants and auditors, see if they have ideas, and obviously other watershed districts on that basis. And I think, just looking, that's all I have to report.
So I have, I'm not really a report so much as a question. I understand from Mr. Jaffrey that there's some property coming up for sale, approximately 3 acres on the north, I'm going to say northeast corner of Duck Lake that was originally on Eden Prairie's list for a possible park location, but apparently Eden Prairie is not going to pursue that. I'm not sure what the cost would be, but you know, it seems like it's covered in trees, and when a developer buys it, that's the first thing that's going to go. But it might be a good place for a permanent watershed home, or it might be a good place for a wetland restoration. I know it's not currently wet, but there's standing water there along the kind of east lot line there, right adjacent to the community gardens there, that you know, if you go back through there in the spring, you better have boots on because you're going to get your feet wet. So anyway, there's a couple of, well, there's a house and I think, 1 or 2 smaller outbuildings.
Yep.
So I don't know if it would make sense to authorize staff to at least find out what the price would be and talk to the city and see if the zoning would be appropriate for a watershed district, or if there's any other reason we might be interested in, I'm not sure how many feet of lakefront that is.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. President,
Manager Cook?
Well, quite frankly, I think we have other things to spend our money on. That there's always a concern about owning any property abutting water, standing water bodies, liability issues, etc. It might be one thing if we contributed toward the acquisition and maintenance as a park, but to buy it and control it and have those liabilities, I'm not sure would be in our best interest. The other thing to consider is whether or not to go out to entities like Nature Conservancy, Minnesota Land Trust, etc., to see if they would want to contribute to the acquisition of that property and to be basically maintained as a park by the city. I think those would be avenues, to look at, but I would not be in favor of buying that property as district property, given the potential liability issues. And I think it would be, it's the same thing, the issues on Lotus Lake. You wouldn't want to, the city should take it over and should run it. And there is money available out there that we should just be making applications. I bet even Bowser has money, that probably the Clean Water Fund, may have money. I think we should, having it acquired by an entity would be, certainly something that we could help look into, but I don't think we should be owning that property like that for the reasons I stated.
President
So,
Sigler?
Manager Crafton?
Well, I think we should have staffs explore this opportunity, because one of the problems we have is like if we were going to take it and try to increase the infiltration and the soil organic matter and, really help our water quality. If it's in the hands of somebody else, then we don't have the control to do it well and make sure it's being functionally productive. So I would support having staff look at it. I mean, there are ways to do some of this through bonding, or like the Bois de Sioux watershed district, they use like a sub watershed, and if to do some stuff. So I just think there might be some options out there to help us pay for it. And then if we had developed a project to improve it, we could apply for clean water funds. So I think it's worth investigating.
President Ziegler?
I agree. Manager Pedersen?
Yes, I would also agree. We've talked a little bit in the past about how expensive it is to rent our current office space, and it doesn't really represent what the watershed does. This sort of thing would be a great thing to have as an educational resource and a location that really, in fact, represents what we do. I think it won't hurt to look into it. I certainly would support that.
So any other comments?
So, Mr. President, I already stated, I think we have better uses for our funds. Not that we couldn't help toward acquisition. But looking at it, I don't, soil health is great, but this is a drop in the bucket, and we could get much more leverage by requiring these developments to implement, conservation practices, soil health practices. And again, the water poses a significant liability, I think, even with the caps allowed by statute.
Manager Duval, do you have any comments?
Well, I think the commercial sector doesn't necessarily operate with the best and highest use of land, and it seems like there's more and more situations where I guess governmental units, I don't know, have a role to play where they look at these things and maybe in a non-traditional role. So I think it's worth taking a look at. I know there's a situation, doesn't relate to us, that's in Minnetonka right now, where the city of Minnetonka is looking at acquiring a facility that, anyway, it seems like it serves a public purpose in a way that commercial interests would not, and this might be an offshoot of that.
So I guess, the first thing to do is if staff can take a look at it without spending too much time and money, and see what opportunities it might present. And certainly we would want to include investigation for grants for what could be done with the property aside from, a watershed permanent home, but also thinking about, how much we spend today and how much it would cost to probably build from scratch at this location, buying the property.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's, are there any other manager reports?
President Ziegler,
Manager Kraft?
so do you think there's merit in sharing anything about what the strategic committee's doing that we both serve on for MAUD?
Sure. Do you want to explain to the other managers?
I can try.
Okay.
So sitting on the Bowser board, I see a lot of issues that happen and quite often we're excluded in some ways. So, but there's a need for us to be involved in being productive. So it's been suggested that we change the name and our vision and our mission so that we're much more inclusive. We're open to any water management organization, essentially, to be working together where we need to be. But it's gonna, and the idea is that we, as this new organization or expanded scope, would be a resource for others like One Watershed, One Plans or SWCDs or anybody else trying to do water management. So it's been well embraced. David and I have both supported that, and we're coming up now with a work plan and tactics and what needs to be prioritized, which will also include things like the cap on some of the watershed districts in greater Minnesota so that they can have more money to do their work, and put it kind of on the percentage that the metro watershed districts used to get their levies. And then things like the low salt, actually it's the liability issues with attorneys, and evidently the attorneys are much more favorable at this point. When businesses don't want to be sued, they're going to use a lot of salt. So the legislation, the resolutions that we've had come forward are going to need a whole lot of cheerleading. So I'm hoping that our watershed district will be reaching out to their legislative representatives and putting in a good word for this project. Those are the two main ones I remember, but we're improving communication. elected Jan Boyd to be the executive director, and I think she's gonna do an amazing job. So I guess I just wanted to update people on some of that, since you and I have been involved, and David's now on the board as treasurer, and we've got a good group of leadership on the MAUD board, so, or the water management board.
Yeah,
And so I'm excited. I think it's going to be much more productive for us to be some of the watershed districts, because we do the monitoring, we collect the data. So when they would come into a one watershed, one planning session, sometimes they kind of got outvoted, or the others they've done more work on a landowner basis. So they didn't really go into like a 10-year land or 10-year plan or watershed perspective from the watershed, the whole watershed. So I think our changing our name and going in this direction is gonna also keep us in a good relationship with Bowser and the SWCDs and some of the others. So anyway, just wanted to bring you up to date on that.
good. Thank you,
So President Ziegler.
Manager Duell.
So I got this email today. What does this relate to? You're just talking about MOD. There's a legislative conference coming up. Do you know anything about that?
Yes,
So
I-
that's,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
sure. Manager Crafton, go ahead. I know you're on the committee for that as well. No wonder you don't sleep.
Oh, I got a herniated disc I found out today. So we do this every year, Tom.
Okay,
It's an annual thing, and we've always met over at a hotel like in St. Paul's, and then we get up in the morning and there's an educational piece to which legislative people are invited, and then we get out and go visit. We've got appointments made to visit our own legislative people within our watershed, just that are represented in our watershed district. So we go and make the case. So like Grace Butler and I have reached out, and well, we went to a whole bunch of different legislative people to talk about the need for low salt and passing this legislation. And then we also promoted the idea of raising the cap, because our greater Minnesota folks are at a disadvantage. We can levy and they can't. Their market values just aren't as much, and so it holds them back. But yeah, we do this every year.
thanks.
Okay, any other manager reports? Okay. The next thing on the list here is administrator reports. And the first thing is update on a meeting with Duck Lake Association representatives.
Yep.
That staff met with them.
Yeah, President Ziegler, manager. So I myself, Engineer Sobiak, were you there, Engineer Sobiak? You probably weren't. No, and Staff Forbes met with the technical committee for Duck Lake Association. We discussed a number of different things. The two that are most germane to this group were the outlet. We talked about the three potential possibilities for dealing with the outlet for Duck Lake. The first one being leaving as it is. The second one being to try and increase the outflow elevation to the 1974 or 1969, I forget which year, one, or the third option, which would be far easier to permit, which would be to restrict the orifice and try and mimic the conditions that were there before the structure was modified. Duck Lake realized that the Duck Lake Association, I think, realized that raising the outlet elevation was not going to get through the DNR. And of course, they're not really looking for it to stay at the existing conditions. I have met with Robert Ellis from the city of Eden Prairie. He just wants some resolution. So I will be meeting with him again shortly to discuss the outcome of this meeting and to move forward. One of the things that we will need to do is to have BAR put together a task order, which would bring back to the managers to evaluate or to design restricted orifice outflow on Duck Lake and to model that and to go through that permitting process. But Duck Lake sent me a letter of support. Maya Santoria, who is the president of the association, sent me a letter of support for that, which I will share with the managers when we next meet to discuss that. And I'll have a little more detail about how we're moving forward and hopefully have a task order from BAR for you to consider. The other thing we talked about is, and this is a larger discussion for us to have as a body, but when Joe Bischoff was before this board a while back, one of the questions he asked are what is the ultimate objective of these lake management plans, and what does the district want to do? What do they see as their ultimate outcome? Right now, we just really look at AIS and just controlling that vegetation. The Lotus Lake, or excuse me, the Duck Lake people seem very receptive to looking at a whole lake management plan. And it's something I think that would be a good opportunity here. I do think we can find grant dollars to help with it, but instead of looking at just in lake, looking at everything from the upland immediately surrounding it through the lake to the other upland. So that's the outcome of that meeting. We also met with the Lotus Lake Conservation Alliance. That was Joe Bischoff, myself, and staff Maxwell. We met with them initially just to talk about grants that are available for vegetation management. In the past years, there had been something called an innovative grant, which was available to lake associations. That is not available this year. So we are going to meet again with the Lotus Lake Conservation Alliance, I think next week, to discuss, to get their input on the plan and incorporate that into the lake management plan that we've already done. And then staff Maxwell is going to apply for the grant that's available to us for erosion water milfoil control on that lake. And we'll continue working with the LLCA. Mitchell Lake Association, I'm meeting with Lori Hack and the members of Mitchell Lake Association next Tuesday to discuss their overall lake management plan and the findings of that report. Again, one of the things that we're trying to work on, and I'm sure one of the people in the crowd is happy she doesn't have to deal with it anymore, is figuring out who's responsible for what. One of the things we're trying to do is get the association to take over the harvesting that they do for the Curlew pondweed, and then we would still continue to do our AIS management on the lake. But we'll have more on that when it comes. The upshot of all of this is we've talked to all the organizations. In February, we're going to host a lake association conclave, or whatever we want to name it, to get the presidents and a few members of each lake together to kind of brainstorm, see what other people are doing, share some information on lake and lake management, similar to what we've done with the stormwater, the purgatory conclave that we hold every February. So that's what I have on those, short and sweet. There's obviously more information, and I can bring forward anything you'd like, but again, the upshot is just we're working with lake associations to try and foster new partnerships and see what we can do. So we'll invite all of them, even the ones that aren't fully incorporated yet as a lake association. We'll still invite them too. So that's the plan.
So I believe some of the clean water funds are available to nonprofits like lake associations that aren't available to LGUs.
Yep.
So it seems like if we talk to the lake associations, we should make sure they understand that they can apply for this money, and that can help, with partnership as well.
Absolutely. That's a great point. Thank you, President Ziegler. Yeah.
They can buy their own harvester.
That's the person who doesn't have to deal with it anymore. So
Well,
yeah,
you
that's
know,
what I have for that.
if there's enough lake associations and some grant money, why not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, President Ziegler.
Manager Crafton.
So in some places, that's just not allowed because all you're doing is spreading the curly leaf. It's totally counterproductive to harvest, so.
President Ziegler, as a one-off, Manager Crafton probably remembers the previous manager who went around with his invention that you would drag behind the boat to harvest weeds. We had to tell him, no, you can't do that. So.
And I know Bloomington's totally against it, so.
Yeah. So.
Well, I know that those people that treat the leaves or the milfoil and stuff like that, or curly leaf pondweed, when they pull their boat out, it's covered. And I've never stood around to watch them clean it off, but it's covered when it gets to the next lake too. So, yeah. Anyway, so IT vendor, I think we already talked about that. So
Correct.
I think we're good there. Legal counsel reports, Mr. Smith.
Mr. President, managers, I can briefly report to you. You'll recall the Spring Valley Friends brought a lawsuit against the district concerning the Noble Hills project that was dismissed by the district court. There were two claims, one relating to the untimely appeal of our permit decision, and the other regarding their Minnesota Environmental Rights Act claim, which was dismissed because they failed to follow the proper process, and that was dismissed without prejudice to bring that again. The Spring Valley Friends appealed the whole district court decision on both issues to the Minnesota Court of Appeals. The Minnesota Court of Appeals has identified that the dismissal of the MIRA claim without prejudice is not appealable. And so there'll be further briefing on that, likely not taken. The court is likely not to accept appeal on that, but they will accept the appeal of the Watershed District permit decision. And that will probably take a good 9 months to be addressed by the Minnesota Court of Appeals. If you want to have more discussion or have other questions, I maybe would be appropriate for closed session, but generally I don't think there's a lot more to it than that.
Okay, any questions or comments from any of the managers on any of the reports we just went through?
Mr. President.
Manager Cook.
So I have a general question. Has there been any applications or discussions with the owners of the Noble Hills property about permitting that property? Hearing that, I assume there isn't.
President Ziegler, Manager Cook, no, I had no further conversations with Strandells or the developers for several months, years, or a year in the case of the Strandells.
I have a follow-up question if I can. When does that permit run out? The permit has a year or something, don't the permits have?
President Ziegler, Manager Cook, they did apply for an extension. They have that extension. It will run out in a year, in August of 23.
Okay. Well, maybe won't have to worry about it if interest rates stay as high as they are. So. Oh, well, speaking of which, I have a follow-up. I mean, we're talking about grants and all that. You know, I think a good piece of property to consider buying would somehow be getting an easement or et cetera over some part of the Noble Hills project, at least as it pertains to the slopes, you know, issue. And I think there could be a lot of bang for the buck in being able to do that. And given the investment climate right now, real estate climate, maybe the owners would be willing to consider something like that. And again, there's the Minnesota Land Trust, Nature Conservancy, et cetera, that might have funds available. And that would be a great piece of property to be able to, I think, take out of development. But I think we should consider looking at that. Oh, and then one last question, maybe for Mr. Smith, is what's the status of the suit against Eden Prairie over the Noble Hills, if you know?
Proceeding to trial before Judge Wall, but I think there was a delay. Hang on a second. Yeah, it was proceeding to trial, but I thought there was some delay. I'll double check on that.
President Ziegler.
Manager Crafton?
Yeah, I support Manager Cook's comments about that property. I think we ought to explore any options we might have to help, whether it's getting it into land trust or whatever, but this is crucial to water quality in our watershed. So I would support his idea of researching something.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Jeffrey.
President Ziegler, managers, the Eden Prairie case has been delayed until March of 23.
I think there was a witness availability question.
Mr. President?
Manager Cook?
While Mr. Smith is looking at that, yes, there's also the, I don't know who, it's not my job I'm not going to be legal counsel to anybody, but, the Noble Hills people and the owner, if they did some conservancy easements, et cetera, there could be some tax benefits that would make this a win-win-win for all parties. And, to the extent anybody knows people and pass it on, that's certainly worth considering. There could be some, significant dollar savings doing an easement or outright sale, to a land trust or conservancy.
And I think a lot of the same potential grants could be applied because of the improvement in water quality and the conservation of the trees and the bluff.
President Ziegler.
Okay. Manager Crafton?
So some of that could fall under some of these climate action plans. The state's got one, Hennepin County's got one. And we know there have been about 600 slope failures in Hennepin County alone. So yeah, I think there's some potential for other sources here.
So Terry, do you have resources to look into these things, or?
President Ziegler, managers, yeah, I'd first like to consult with our legal team and Mr. Reavers to see what the implication of inquiring at this time would be. But yeah, we could certainly look into Minnesota Land Trust and other options that are out there. Yes.
Okay. And timing wise, I know you're a busy guy, so let us know when you think you can get back to us on it.
I don't expect this one would take too long. A few phone calls to just, it's only if things go well that it would take a while.
Okay. Well, that'd be good if they went well.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. So we've got the legal counsel report. The next thing are upcoming board topics, and you can all read those, and upcoming events, which you can also read. Any questions on any of those things?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Manager Cook?
I was just looking at, upcoming board topics, 3 items, 4 items for January. Seems to me that most of those might be best for the second meeting for discussion purposes. Otherwise, you're going to have a terribly full plate and we'll be going 24 hours or several days to get through the January meeting. So I'm just wondering if staff could look at that and see how those might be. Same thing with February, there's 3 items listed, I don't know if each makes sense for the second meeting of the month, which looking at these makes it make sense that we're having 2 meetings a month. And then can anybody have any details on the volunteer recognition event? Who, what, where? Participation?
President Ziegler, Manager Cook. We are still in the process of putting it together, but it would be for CAC members, Minnesota water stewards, anybody who has volunteered their time and resources in this, even, past managers. So, and it would be held at the Starring Lake Outdoor Center. You've got to bring your own flasks.
So it more detailed to come.
Yes. Yeah.
And then I have the same question about about the Chanhassen February festival. I assume that's the same one on the lake.
That's that one. Yep.
So a couple of comments that I had made last time. It was great staff doing that, but we need to improve our signage. We need to get an elevated sign. Having it as a skirt on the table, I think we should have an elevated one so people can see it and know we're there. And also I suggested some type of, they make the yellow vests, I was wondering some type of yellow vest or something like that, we can have, Riley Perg, on it. So there's staff in that walking around. Also, I recommend to consider some type of, participation and attendance plan. Maybe we could all take a shift, so we have a manager there, a staff person there, CAC member there. We all don't come at one time. We could even get Mr. Sobiak to show up maybe sometime, or Mr. Smith can show up with his briefcase on that basis. But I think it would be nice to kind of have a schedule and see if we can't get people from the different groups to be there at various times. I certainly happy to be there. It's really interesting. I hope we have a nice bright day like we had last year. So those are just some suggestions on that. And then the Lake Association Summit, again, I'm curious on all these, who, what, where, on that invitation list, or if you can provide more information.
Yep, that'll be details coming. We don't want it to be all members of all lake associations because that's untenable. It would be productive. We would like it to be the officers, president, and treasurer of these organizations. And yeah, we would run it as a educational opportunity as well as a networking opportunity.
Well, maybe that's a good place to summarize the funding mechanisms that might be available from grants, et cetera. Maybe that could, I just throw that out as an idea for a topic to cover. And same thing with the Riley Berg Summit. Who, what, where in that?
So Riley Perg Summit tends to be all of our technical partners, the Minnesota DNR, cities, Met Council, et cetera.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion, or are there any motions to adjourn?
I'd like to move, we adjourn.
Second,
Third.
Okay, we have a motion and a second and a third. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Mr. Smith?
Manager Crafton,
yes.
Manager Duval,
Yes.
Manager Cook,
Yes.
Manager Pedersen,
Yes.
President Ziegler.
Yes,
Motion
thank you
carries
for
5-0.
hanging in there,
Thank you.
in this long. Have a good night. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Oh, good night.
Yeah,
Night.
you too.